Ugh. Welcome to Skyrim. Now, technically the anniversary edition. Because
Tell me,
upgrade.
sister, are the stories true?
Oh,
Hey, Green
you mean
Ghost.
in that manor house during the thunderstorm? What can I say? It happened just like you heard.
It's the part with the severed head I find most impressive. My compliments.
I'm the perfect weapon. My innocent childish form grants me nearly unrestricted access. Poison or a good bite usually takes care of the rest.
These are two of my favorite Dark Brotherhood members. Festus and Babette. Babette, because she's a child character, like the child vampire trope. But it's played pretty straight. Like, they don't try to over-creepify it. She's able to hold pretty normal conversation, and she's creepy for that.
Brother?
Astrid. Ah, yes. There has to go to some crypt, talk to some asshole. An actual Dark Brotherhood work. That's new. Doop doop doo. Actually, thought occurs, I might need to double check something. Da 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 da. I might need to double check, make sure those are active on this account, actually. I'm talking to you, stop licking. Ah. Creation Club content. I mean, okay. This is owned, but are they actually loaded? Tell me I don't have to make a new thing to load them up. That'd be really stupid. It says installed. Should be working, I guess. Says Creation Club content is loaded, it just... I don't know, maybe I'll get a plethora of courier notes next time I go somewhere. Speaking of, where am I going? Ah. Volenrud. I've been there before. Tundra Homestead. That's new. Fastest way to get there. Let's go from Whiterun, honestly. From the Whiterun stables. Alright, that happened again. It's cutting down on my werewolf grinding. Wonder if that's some kind of weird interaction between the Ring of Hircine and the, Man-Beast mod. If every time it's supposed to trigger my transformation, it's like, the ring's blocking that, so it's filling out the next thing it knows. But I also think it's sometimes doing that when corpses despawn.
Lick it. Stop.
Dog is making... It's not a loud noise, but it's a very annoying one. But am I alright wearing this now? Right, full... just min-maxed stealth uniform, I guess. Going on over there? Who is this and what are they chasing?
Now blood is mine.
Ah, vampire. Yeah. Ah, Death Hound. Yeah. Do. Give me my stuff back. No, that's not a lot of damage, but... Yeesh. Still just draining my friggin' magicka.
I'll drink you dry, mortal.
Fuck you also. Mutagen for the regen. Whoa.
Stop struggling. I'll give you a swift and beautiful death.
Health still draining. Does she have an enchantment on that axe? An AoE effect? I regen real dang fast, though. I can pull it back even faster with this. Ooh. This build, or this equip set, not great at open combat. No, she's just able to apply like a damage over time effect. I guess she could have been using a poison? Didn't say I'd been poisoned. Oh, maybe she has the bleed perk on the axe. Could have been that. Excuse me, I'm draining the life out of this random farm animal. No, that's a wild animal. Why'd I call it a farm animal? And bears just have great detection. They'll easily 1v1 a bear, though. You, Vollenrud. Ran into here randomly at some point. 9 times damage on a sneak attack, still pretty good. The 20-something times damage on the dagger is probably still a little better, but... In fact, let's prove it. Yeah, 24.3 times. That's pretty good. Todd smiles upon ye. Alright, I don't know why that didn't count as a sneak attack. But that did. Stealth is broken in Skyrim in ways you don't always know how to figure out, honestly. That's weird. I don't remember Keening having a charge limit. Zingoth used Keening for purely sentimental reasons. As a matter of fact, yes. Like, he has other daggers that are about as good, or at least he did. But he likes Keening. He feels attached to it. He saved the world with Keening. He actually kind of regretted leaving it over in Caius' house, and he has... Actually, no, this time there was a genuine explanation for how it got here. Like, they said they ordered it from Morrowind. As I recall, it isn't very good. It's not a great stealth dagger, but it's actually kind of good for, like, a Spellblade build, because you could, if they survive the initial sneak attack, actually, it's good for, like, yeah, like a spell sword if you want to use a blade and spells, because you can get magic out of it, and you decrease their magic resistance, so you can then hit them with a spell. Like, it's not a bad thing. I think it is a change with Artificer, because this is just here. Can't wait till he gets the team back together with Wraithguard and Sunder. Yeah. And the cool thing is, he can now dual-wield them, because Keening lost its bite for some reason, but I think Sunder still has it. But he can wield Keening in the offhand.
By the almighty divines, you've come. You've actually come. This dreadful black sacrament thing. It worked.
General idea. You like the general idea of Keening's design here. The blade is distractingly chonky. Yeah, I get the impression it's like... Cannot see anything resembling a cutting edge. Yeah, I choose to interpret it as Keening is actually damaged. My mother heard you please, Mortier.
Yes, so it would seem. Well, I won't waste your time. I would like to arrange a contract. Several, actually.
Oh, yeah?
I dare say. The work I'm offering has more significance than anything your organization has experienced in, well, centuries.
Oh, that sounds good. Go on, go on.
As I said, I want you to kill several people. You'll find the targets as well as their manners of elimination quite varied. I'm sure someone of your disposition will probably even find it enjoyable.
Yeah, sometimes.
But you should know that these killings are but a means to an end, for they pave the way to the most important target. The real reason I'm speaking with a cutthroat in the bowels of this detestable crypt.
Who am I taking out?
The assassination of the Emperor. It's a shocking request, I know, but it is inside the purview of what you Dark Brotherhood types do, isn't it? If history is to be believed? You must understand, so much has led to this day, so much planning and maneuvering. Now you're here, as if the very stars have finally aligned. But I digress. Here, let me give you these. They are to be delivered to your, superior.
Aye.
Rexus! The items.
Yep. Oh. Whoa. Had a frame drop there. Followed by a frame fucking exceeding thing. Like,
Rexus will now give you... The
There we
sealed
go.
letter will explain everything that needs to be done. The amulet is quite valuable. You can use it to pay for any and all expenses.
fair enough. I do like you can see where they did the sacrament. Like, they did it here, so you'd show up here. They thought that was you? No, that was me. Sometimes, just sometimes. That was an especially big one. But there'll be little blips with ISP ever since I moved. That one was weird, because it was like, it dropped like everything, and then it was like supercharged, like double and triple the frames. Like everything got clogged for a second and then came back out. Anyway, the stunned silence was actually Ungoth kind of being forced to deal with something he doesn't want to. This is it. Oh. Another kind of Nern-shattering revelation for Ungoth. He wasn't sure what to think of the Empire, but he's putting a few pieces together. One day your ISP will start providing you proper and adequate service, I believe. The thing is, this is a different ISP than I used to have. My old one was giving me proper and adequate service and charging less, but this one... Ungoth hadn't settled on an opinion for this new empire. In his head, he was still calling it a fully new empire, like a fourth empire. So he didn't have to think about it being the same empire, but... is an amulet of the Elder Council. He can't pretend it's that different anymore. Like I said, he calls himself Argonian, but I believe, more than Ungoth himself knows, he's Imperial at heart. Heard you say proper and adequate service. Proper and adequate is what I said. I just don't always enunciate the D.
Over here.
What is that? Oh yeah, we're at Silent Moon's camp.
You'll be so much easier to rob when you're dead.
They see an elk they liked.
Can't wait to count out your coin. Ah!
As per usual, Ungoth has, encountered something he doesn't know how to deal with, and he's running away from it. What was this? Oh yeah, I interpret this version of Keening as actually being not put to, like, damaged. Because it was, like, shoved into a fireball hole. And also not wrapped properly. But also, it's possible since it wasn't wrapped properly before, it already lost some of its bite to it.
Someone there?
No. Minesweeper, The numbers disappear sucks. I have to fill out an Excel sheet to make sure I don't forget. That's not really in the spirit of the challenge, if you think about it. Of course not.
You'll pay for that? I'll rip your heart out.
Okay, you're more durable than I expected. For someone not wearing a shirt. Anyway, it's my game, you play how you like. I'm just saying, at that point, why not just play normal Minesweeper?
Tell you what, you start running so I can stab you in the back.
You're just playing normal Minesweeper, but with extra steps. And that's how you want to play. I'm not going to tell you to stop. I'm going to question it. But if my questions don't make you stop, then that's kind of the end of it. What's wrong? Not enough magic? Eesh. Wearing worse stuff to try to level up really starts to suck after a while. I guess part of it's that there's no, like, light armor perks on. Not really any one-handed perks in, either. Just kind of making it harder on myself for no reason other than being even stronger if I switch back. This gear's great for sneaking, but I feel like I'm missing just one piece of the sneak puzzle. If I had to guess, it might be, I don't know, invisibility? Maybe it's those perks that let you just crouch down and people will lose sight of you for a minute. Wow, this was dumb. A full-on stampede. And Dragonhide's gone. Playing an Argonian? Yes, I am, Ataraxian Warfare. Argonian is the best one. For lore reasons. Also, I've been playing this character since I started Arena just over a year ago. Ow. Well, folks, Engot's in a bit of a sticky wicket. How will he get out of this one? This is how. Oh, what the hell? I do have to remember I have the panic button. Werewolf OP? With this mod on, yes. Although, to be fair, it's actually a heavy armor two-handed build. I'm just trying to level up other stuff. because I'm so high leveled. I think if I had all that on, nothing would be a challenge at all. Instead, kind of the opposite's happening. Say with this mod, do you have a mod list you're using or collection? Mod collection, yes. The SKYRIM collection. I'm using most of it. I'm not using the vampire one, because I knew I wasn't going to play a vampire with this character. I'm not using, the, like, tavern overhaul, because it seemed silly. What else? Collection, I think they mean a Nexus collection. Oh, no. That's yeah. But those are really the only mods I've installed at this exact moment. There is a specific one I intend to install later. Just a bit later. This is kind of a roleplay heavy build. Just because this is a character, I've been playing him since Arena. The exact same character brought through the ages. Because it's fun. Looking at Nexus right now, the SKYRIM experience. I've never tried GTS or Gate to Sovngarde. Highly recommend. Best Skyrim experience you've ever played. I'm not familiar, I'll admit. But... V97 for GTS is supposed to come next week. Cool. Big hype? I certainly hope so. No idea if that did anything. Doesn't seem to have magicka I can absorb anymore. So we'll stick to this instead. Yeah. Just today, so I could do more plot things. I bought the Anniversary Edition so I could get all the Creation Club stuff. I mainly just wanted the Morrowind-related Creation Club stuff, but that by itself would have cost half as much as the upgrade, so I thought, why not just get everything? Do. Water breathing, the least useful spell for an Argonian to learn. Yes, our dear Ungath just was given the order for the Dark Brotherhood, an organization he respects to some degree because they actually operate with impunity in Black Marsh. They're like legally sanctioned, we're to understand. Though apparently maybe not anymore, because the Shadow Scales are apparently a dying breed. Vizara claims to be the last one. They're gonna exterminate the Emperor. Assassinate, I mean. And, I'm just not sure how to feel about that, because he really is Imperial, whether he admits it or not. He is. Thought about it. After some more serious thought, you didn't find Anniversary worth it for me. I normally wouldn't either. There's just very specific stuff I wanted to do plot-wise for this playthrough that I needed out of there.
Let's see here. Looks like that's it.
If I were playing by myself, I wouldn't have bothered. Items added. Yeah, that's kind. Yeah, sealed letter. Let's see. Someone please help. Necromancers experimenting conjuring zombies. Ancient dangerous magic. Unintended irreversible consequences. Expelled from their studies, their ambitions grew into folly against my warnings. God, at least you can get the Daedric mail now that... now, that was about the only thing you wanted. It was for the Daedric light armor. That's true. But this is primarily a heavy armor build, because Ungoth has always been a heavy armor kind of guy, because... admittedly, in Arena, he could only wear light armor, because he was a battle mage. He could only wear leather armor, in fact. But in Daggerfall, he went all the way up to Daedric with his gear. Forming a ritual to summon a large group of these foul, uncontrollable creatures as we speak in the southernmost area of Skyrim. Must be stopped before it's too late. Okay. Dinner invitation. Cordially invited to dinner and drinks at Bloodchill Manor. That's not incredibly concerning. As an honored guest, you're encouraged to come early and mingle with the other attendees. You're ready to feast? Ask the house waiter for a menu. He'll let you into the banquet hall. Finest, most delectable dishes will be on display. No need for appetizers. Once everyone is ready and seated, a full course awaits. Come for the dinner, stay for the drinks. Not much of a drinker, honestly. Real condolences, nah. Lakeview Manor Charter. Siggeir Jarl Falkreath Dungot V, his loyal friend. Grant to the steading of Lakeview Manor, south shore of Lake Ilinalta, east of Falkreath was... oh, wait, yeah, that's the deed to my house. Letter for Bolgair Bearclaw. Last Bearclaw I talked to, I gave the guy his old helmet before I left for Akavir. Friend, we seek your aid. Dark Necromancer has been attacking innocents along the northern coast, accompanied by strange creatures who do his every bidding. Trust you can help us with this troublesome matter and investigate on behalf, Bolgair Bearclaw. Nah. Runner Crimson. Name is Tira Bloodfire. Like Sotilda the Wet Ear before me, an orphan child of Balmora. Many years ago, you did it? Good job, Green Ghost. Good minesweeping. Took a band of misfits and rogues and turned them into the Crimson Dirks. In our heyday, they called us thieves, bandits, apostates, and killers. And they were right. We were all of those things. So's the Jarl who taxes the poor to starvation. Soldiers who rape and pillage the towns, the Empire who would erase our gods, guardsmen who would behead the innocent. Know your story. There's to be a judge for me, I want it to be them. I don't want it to be them. Not the Empire, not the East Empire Company, and not the guards. Just you and the Divines. I have to put the Divines in this. The 8 or 9 or... whatever happened to Blackhand? Ugh. First, I want you to prove you're a worthy judge. Go to the docks in Windhelm. Meet a beggar in need of your aid. Some would offer him gold, others bread or wine. Offer him the alms you think will best serve him. If you've proved your measure and your mercy, you must then show your mettle. Wait for you at the Talos Shrine west of Windhelm. And last we meet, I ask you speak only with your blade. While the tongue lies, the sword is true. We don't want to hire people to voice act. Da-da-da. That was some other thing. Get these. Notes on the blacksmith. Blacksmith Jofton has gone mad. Most of the time he spouts nonsense. This all started 3 days ago. Now he won't even pick up his hammer. Tried to talk Sentinel out, but it's like he doesn't even see us. He wrote down the means to forge our golden arms and armor. That of the seducers. But he never told a soul where he left the blasted notes. If we weren't holding out hope he might snap out of it, would have already parted his head from the rest of him. Ladies going on about playing under the bridge, like he were still a child. It's where I always hid my toys, he said. Those kin used to live around Half Moon Mill. Round up some folks to have a look. The hell did I find this? Ah, yes. Ranger's plea. Engoth the Fifth. Come to you with an urgent plea. Done unspeakable things which I have come to regret, and the consequences are imminent. If you know of the Oblivion Crisis, then you know I make no jest when I say the fate of Tamriel is at stake. This one might be more urgent than the other ones. Be safe for us to speak further in person. Please meet me at the Shrine to Stendarr, located between Fort Greymore and Rorikstead. Lay bare my sins in Stendarr's presence. Perhaps you will grant me forgiveness. Urag. Nah. Warrior's Challenge. Long ago, my ancestors built a great hall in the mountainside, north of Bile Gulch Mine. Called it Hendraheim, a warrior's home that rivaled Stavangard itself. The last of my clan, I wish to bequeath this home to a true warrior. You're not a Nord, yet I've heard your prowess in battle rivals that of our most legendary fighters. Ask you to prove it with your blade. I think that's all of them. Except the main one I wanted, but that's because I haven't been to Solstheim yet, I bet.
And all can be yours.
I mean, I've been to Solstheim, but that was 2 games ago. So Ungoth, I should clarify, Ungoth was not there for Oblivion, because the Nerevarine was in Akavir during that. We had someone else fill in. A substitute, if you will. Run into him later. I have a lot of plans for that meeting. I want it to go exactly in my head. Okay, that meeting's so important, I've written dialogue for it. This is genuinely how much I care about that character interaction. Because Ungoth has come to be one of my favorite written characters I've done. Honestly, I'm liking Legathog a lot too. From what I wrote for him there. I do need to edit that still. There's bits I wanted to allude to that I hadn't thought of when I first wrote it. Why am I doing this? One thing I worry about if I try to bring Ungoth into Elder Scrolls Online. Wonder if the NPCs will ever annoy him enough for him to swear vengeance. But if they do, he can't do anything about it, because he can't kill NPCs in that game. Because in Morrowind, if someone made him do something really annoying and were a dick to him the whole time, the quest would usually end, like, after the quest ended, he'd usually kill them. He's always been a bit psychotic like that. Granted, he couldn't do any of that in Daggerfall either, but I'd say Morrowind is really where Ungoth came into his own as a character. Because Arena itself was so difficult to play, I didn't have a lot of opportunities to give him character. Daggerfall, I could give him way more, but still, it was kind of just generic, flippant, whatever, I don't care kind of character. Hey, yeah, your gods are stupid, I serve the Hist.
Hey!
What the?
Prepare to die!
You really didn't splurge to make the bound armor for this? Mythic Dawn. Mythic Dawn. Where did I hear that name before?
Give up while you still can!
Hang on, Oblivion the Dagon worshipper dumbasses who killed Uriel! Da-da-da-da-da. Alright. There have been whispers of traitors among our ranks, pathetic attempts to sabotage our mission. Nothing will stand in the way of Lord Dagon's Valkyne. Duty is to seek out those who oppose us and eradicate them. Acolyte Scorvild and Priestess Enakane have gone missing. Find them. If there's any scent of betrayal, they must be swiftly destroyed. Afterward, travel to the excavation camp to await further instruction. Take the utmost precaution. Vigil Stendar have increased their activity and may be aware of your presence. The dawn is breaking. Oh, wait. I do want that gemstone. Scorvild's journal. If you're reading this, means they may have reached me first. Mythic Dawn do not tolerate desertion. Fitting end for my transgressions, I suppose. If you know the Mythic Dawn, you may have heard that the cult was eradicated long ago, after the Oblivion crisis of the Third Era came to an end. This was true until perhaps 1 year passed. As discord began to sow in the lands of Skyrim, the whispers of Mehrunes Dagon made their way to the ears and mind of a fervent worshipper named Vonos. His whispers led him deep underground to an ancient Mythic Dawn temple, long since collapsed, where rumors spoke of an Oblivion Gate lying in ruin for centuries. Vonos soon made a pact with Mehrunes Dagon, began to quietly reform the Mythic Dawn as its new leader. He began to cultivate more members to the cause, and I myself fell victim to the promise of such power. After the Oblivion crisis, the gates throughout Skyrim were buried deep within the lands. However, with much effort, we retrieved many of these pieces, and successfully rebuilt an Oblivion Gate. Vonos, a master of conjuration, has been working tirelessly to open the gate and give Mehrunes Dagon's troops a doorway into Tamriel. The dragon fires are still up, I thought. Way I heard it, Marty made it so, they can't go out anymore. How are they getting around that? As dictated by the Pact, the cleansing of the Oblivion Gate required a personal blood sacrifice from each of us to prove our devotion. Blinded by ambition, I offered up my own brother Soon, simple farmer who could not harm a dartwing. Watching the knife penetrate his body sent shock and horror through my entire being. Blood that spilled from his loins was that of my blood. Loins? Did you cut his dick off? In that moment, I realized what I had done. It's not power that bewitched me, but deceit. As an acolyte, I was not privy to much information, but I know that Vonos is searching for a powerful, ancient artifact that is necessary to open the gate. What that artifact might be, I do not know. I heard something about an excavation camp to the southwest of Ivarstead, near a mountain pass. Perhaps more information can be found there. Lastly, in order to keep its location secret, all but the highest priests in the Order are blindfolded when taken to and from the Oblivion Gate, so no further information to give as to its whereabouts. I only know it was a cave. Wish I could tell you more. Been on the run day and night. Now the Vigil of Stendar are also on my tail. You can only imagine what they might do to someone like me, so I come to you with my plea, someone who might better understand my plight. Please stop the Mythic Dawn however you can. For myself, my forsaken brother, and the whole of Tamriel. Scorvild. I don't know if you deserved this. I feel like if you were trying to fix it, you deserve to make the effort. Yeah, this far, guy. You got it exactly where it needed to go. I'll handle the rest. Over here. Yeesh. I have to go way out of the way. That is... almost be easier to go there from the manor, actually. Honestly, just go to Lakeview. Good place to stop off and resupply and equip. Honestly, I wonder, do I really need to keep leveling light armor? Probably don't. Like, just wearing this stuff just to level it up. And partially for the assassination boosts. Ngoth's at near max stealth anyway. He has the muffle spell. Not being able to get the backstab bonus is a little... not amazing, but... ah, yeah, I solved this before. I love shout perks. Thum perks were the smartest addition to this. Ow. Hey, wait a minute. This is where the seducers were. Was this where the saints were? One of my elytra nymphs was in there. Ah, the saints. Is the gold daggers. Good place to get over here. Probably going fully around, honestly. Yeah, that's not a good over spot. Yay, conjuration. Whirlwind Sprint's a fun one when you have a 3-second cooldown on it. I think this genuinely is faster than sprinting.
What? Nakast! What? Nakast!
Half Moon Mill. Actually was something else near Half Moon Mill I was supposed to do. Oh, right, the Dark Sanctuary's near here, too. I guess, you know, he probably should, you know, go tell them about the contract and give them all the details so they can fill it out. He really should go to that. He doesn't seem to be going that way.
Lucky. Oh well. Must have run off.
Are you good?
Walk always in the light, or we will drag you to it.
Yeah, I do what I want. Or C. Hey, fish. Hey, cat. I paid money to let character stuff happen. Never underestimate my commitment to this fan fiction. You buy the DLC. Yeah, fish. Yeah, honestly, I kind of just wanted the stuff that called back to Morrowind, because it would have been pretty important for Ungoth's character to interact with that stuff. And also, a specific piece of equipment I thought would be fun to give him. But for just the stuff I wanted, it would have been half as much as the entire anniversary upgrade, so I was like, just get the whole thing. Now he's run into the Mythic Dawn, who are jerks, probably. Or that for now. And that. If he doesn't have the mask with him, why bother? Pick those up because they were unique, not any other reason. Yeah, he's got more books to fill up Ilya's things. Which title would sound better for your Dragonborn? Cat of Skyrim? Cat in Skyrim. This is my name. Remember I told you about it? You did. I'm honestly not sure. Bees. What was happening? For everyone. Oh, right. We shouldn't start this. Wait, scratch that. Cheese for no one. That is another thing Ungoth needs to deal with at some point. Because, the current Sheogorath is not the original, and Ungoth's one of very, 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 very few people who might be able to tease that out. But I want very specific things to happen before he does. Two more. Actually, take that out. The Wabbajack, you gonna get it? At some point, yes, but Ungoth has got to meet Sheogorath for that. That's something I'm not ready to have. That's like the kind of thing I want to happen What specifically I want to happen between the beginning and that? The thing. Let's see, let's look and see. That's weird. Thought for sure that stuff was in here. Saw gameplay with someone turning another NPC into a sweet roll, for Pete's sakes. Turn NPCs into anything with that. Cheese, fox, severed head. Yeah. I don't think it can do the severed head. Oh, here they are. Yeah, let's, gear up a bit. Ngoth has lost a teeny tiny amount of sneak attack damage. In exchange, he's going to actually be defended some. Zero was fighting the player. It was funny as hell. Just have a copy of Cabin in the Woods, huh? Well, Billy is enjoying herself in here. You know what? This with the ebony gear actually looks pretty sleek. A lot of people do not like the Archmage gear. I like it, especially with the ethereal crown on there. Vangoth, is that your Dragonborn's name? No. Ngoth. N apostrophe G-A-T-H. Ngoth. It's clipping through? What? Is there clipping? The tail clips through the poncho a bit. Clipping, though? It's not... The clipping on the arms is, like, completely fine. There's a little on the backs, but if you're in first person, you're not gonna notice it. Like, it actually looks fine. Like, it looks like you have extra wool protectors keeping you from the metal. The crown clips through the hood. Yeah, that's unfortunate, but... Again, I can't see it. It's not as immersion breaking as like a full helm or a mask would be, so I let it slide. Especially because I like, conceptually, the crown. It's Bugthesda, what do you expect? Yep. Honestly, if the, if the hoodless version worked properly, I'd might be persuaded to use it. I don't know. Ngoth is often... Well, not often. In friggin' Daggerfall specifically. The lost soul gems? Yeah, Ngoth dropped them there because he realized he wasn't filling them at all. And they were just like... Just like 4 pounds of soul gems. Hey, Ilya.
Good afternoon.
Want to put them in a box? Because I realized I didn't need them at all. There's a whole house right there. Because you need to remember, if Ngoth just leaves something on the ground, it no longer exists to him. If he wanted to keep them, he'd put them in the house. That's not what he's trying to do. Oh, you idiots are back. Are we... Armor rating 420. Yeah, that's much better. Ngoth. It's an A, not no. What are you doing there? Ilya. No N in it. Oh, just staring at these pretty rocks. Nice rock collection. Ilya was Ngoth's friend who... He eventually started getting worried after too many close calls, so he got her a house and... kind of put her up in it almost as a pet.
Time to end this little game.
Honestly, other people have been way more charitable about interpreting Ungoth doing that as like, wow, what a nice retirement plan for being an adventurer alongside Ungoth. I intended it more like the Omni-Man line. She's like a pet.
Time to end this little game.
Going for a nice walk, suddenly having their eardrums blown out by some asshole shouting, "Word!" Breaking the sound barrier repeatedly. It's constant sonic booms. I mean, it's worse because he's only doing the first word, too. Like, he's not...
Wood? Nakast!
That makes it way less frequent when it's Wold Nakesht. When they die mid-sentence, it's always funny, yeah. Every time. This is God's third time back through Helgen, by the way.
Ain't this a... It's...
Where is... Oh, that's right. Having to get just 2 words when you have 3 is too tight. I agree.
I'm far worse than you.
It's quite annoying. Stop tearing up that chair. Yeah. A leather chair in here, my cat won't stop tearing up. Vampire or werewolf? He's a werewolf. This is just a destruction spell he found that is pretty strong. And Ungoth really likes the idea of sucking the soul out of someone. But he is definitely a werewolf. He's always jived more than that. Mainly because all the werewolf perks actually added more to some of the, they added up to kind of put together what Ungoth is supposed to be. Just this nigh unkillable thing with immense physical strength that just barrels through stuff. Because that's what he was by the end of Morrowind. That's what he became. Like, in Arena, he was this tricksy, scared little shit who could barely fight anything. It's an old meme. And that's when he comes to Skyrim. I don't like this whole black soul gem business. I'm just gonna confiscate these so no one can use them. And now, I like the idea of tearing the soul out of people. Feel like I said life, but I meant like sucking out their blood and gaining their health. It's like purely my own thing that I love lifesteal and regen as mechanics. Let it rip. Ingoth, yeah. Hey, Bathwater. Yeah, earlier when Ingoth was still wearing like light armor, he picked a fight with some giants, and before he died, he just went, well, panic button, turned into a werewolf and ripped them all apart. Because with this mod,
Picked a bad time to get lost.
werewolf is actually really strong.
Did you hear something?
Where are you?
Come on.
Tell you what, you start running.
Come on.
What mod is it? Interested, but as of right now, you're using Growl. I think it's called Man Beast. Part of the SKYRIM set. I don't recall if there was anything required to make it... of his other stuff to make it work. I don't think so. But it makes it so not only does Werewolf get scaling health and armor rating, and I think even, like, base damage with character level, it also completely redoes the perk tree to make it way, way better. Also allows werewolves to have passive regeneration, which by default they do not have in Skyrim, which... kinda silly in my opinion. I get why they did it. Encourage you to be constantly eating. But it made it very weak. And this one instead makes your regen genuinely outpace a lot of enemies' damage at higher levels, if you built for regen like Ungoth is. The real reason people in Morrowind didn't like Ungoth is they could sense he's a kind of a homicidal maniac. He's a little bit of one. That's still more than 22 times damage. I think we're fine.
Never should have come here.
Dumping Growl for Man Beast. Can you send a note? You can just look. It should be called that. Pretty sure this is the correct one. Yeah, here it is. I tell you what, I'll DM you the Nexus link. Real quick. There, I just sent it to you. Yeah, I'll link to it on Nexus. Never use the special transformations, because you forget to use them and you're simply strong as is. This mod actually does something to help with that. Because, yeah, he's definitely strong as shit without it, but this makes Werewolf actually really fun to use. Don't think you want to be a vampire, they ugly. I like the Vampire Lord design, because it kind of invokes the image of Molag Bal, in my opinion.
Over here.
Werewolves not ugly? Don't answer that. They're... I wouldn't say they're ugly. Like, Werewolf is a very appealing design. Because wolves are cool. And bipedal wolf is cool. But, like, bipedal... like, bat-nosed, emaciated thing is less cool. I like it. But I know plenty of other people don't.
You ready to die today, huh?
Problem with lots of games you play. Forget you have some sort of ace to use, you just brute force the problem away. Like the meme of hoarding health potions. Yeah, too good to use syndrome. I think it's cool in a gothic horror kind of way. No, it's cool in that sense. But it's not cool in the conventional way that most people like it. Like, anyone can look at a werewolf and go, that's conventionally cool. But you have to have a slightly deeper design appreciation to, like, the Vampire Lord design. Because in some ways, it is intentionally ugly. Both monsters, which are cool because they're monsters. Yeah, obviously. I think Vampire Lords are ugly. You should see Warhammer vampires. Isn't that only... I feel like there's some Warhammer vampires that just look mostly like humans, aren't there? Or do they all look hideous? And I'm making that up. I don't know what the conventional cool is in a Wolfman monster compared to a Batman monster. Is that the werewolf design is so iconic at this point. Like, they didn't reinvent the wheel on it, but the Vampire Lord thing is kind of new. There's a handful in distinct bloodlines. Like 5. Okay, so are those like the really, really strong ones that get to look human?
Huh?
Thought you'd given us werebears, not werewolves. I'm inclined to agree. Ooh, got his ass. I did not expect that to be a... I guess because it was a kill cam, so it ignored his defense. Werewolves don't belong in Skyrim. Skyrim is a werebear land. Werebear land. No, wereboars are in, like... Oh. You know, let him hang out of that. Wereboars are in the Iliac Bay. And they're just weaker than werewolves. But werebears are supposed to be stronger than werewolves, just way less common. There are werebears on Solstheim. But you can't contract Ursine lycanthropy, unfortunately. Obi-Wan look human, they're fucking horrific.
What was that?
Up.
Best you can do. You ready to die today?
You can show me? I'll admit I'm curious. Especially if I'm gonna ever play anything Warhammery. Because as it stands, they made the frog race look gross and, like, fat. And I was like, oh, cool. It's a really powerful species that is, like, spoken of in respect. Their appearance is a joke. Because they're fat. Isn't that funny? This thing is fat. All of it. Just your impression, man. I don't know, like, it was like the Total War model, and they looked like they were a joke. Like, they were so fat to, like, I don't know, can't a frog character look cool? It's very rare to find frog characters that aren't treated like gags. There's Frog from Chrono Trigger, and there's barely anything else. Once we actually caught a lucky break. Pale Pass closed and Helgen wiped off the map. Last few soldiers up at Fort Nugrad were easy pickings. Should be able to loot the place and be out well before the Jarl has time to respond. I only found the keys to the fort's old library. Sent Brandish down to scour the place. Wouldn't normally waste the time, but I've heard rumor the wizards up north pay good coin for anything magical. At this point, we'll take what we can get. Found a rotten food in the old cellars, but not much else worth taking. I don't think they're fat, they're just really big. They're almost cartoony, was my impression of... It's been a minute since I looked at them. Like, whenever the last time was we talked about them, that's when I last saw them. Or Nugrad treasure map. I'll admit I'm interested. Round to the...
Told him to just hand over the gold, but did he listen? Oh, no. They always have to fight back.
Oh no, what happened to him? I stabbed him. Check that library. Found a key for it. He said he told someone else to check it out, and then he had the key on himself, so I don't know what his shtick was. Maybe he found multiple keys? Nah, he said he found the key. This is the prison. I don't imagine the library's connected to the prison. I may imagine wrong, I'll admit, but that's something I can be at least slightly...
You picked a bad time to... Lost, friend.
Never should have come.
I'm going to put you down!
Can be reasonably sure of.
This what you want? That it? Is that your best?
Reinstall
Damn
Manbeast.
you.
Can you show things Manbeast does in game? Most of it is passive changes, but I could show you a thing or two. Let me find another area to be in, where there'll be lots of enemies for me to show it off. Huh. There's a secret water entrance. Do. Goldor. And I ain't talking the Power Rangers villain. I don't assume this is what the treasure map was pointing to. Scent vampire? Let me actually let it finish this before I do that. Yeah, Discord notification. Strigoi vampires, the most savage, deranged, and hideous of the vampire bloodlines. To follow their ancient empire, they've retreated to the dark places of the world, degenerated into flesh-eating, barely lucid monsters. You know, they're creepy, but I'd still call the Nos from Vampire the Masquerade creepier. You know? The Nosferatu. There's still some level of, like, cool to that design. Here's the treasure. Not that much to it. I mean, they're naked, which is gross. I'll definitely grant you that. Oh man, it wants me to go back in. Skyrim pathfinding. Like werewolves better in Tess. Do you really believe it's just better to be a werewolf? Yeah, like the one downside to being a werewolf is that you're still, to some degree, enthralled to a Daedric prince. Like, technically Hircine can't make you do anything. You still have free will, mostly. Though, depending on which game, possibly just depending on which strand of lycanthropy you have, could alter how nice the boon is. My reading here is that the companion strain is just all good, none of the real downsides. You don't even get forced to turn, except with this. In this mod, you get forced to turn, but that's more a thing to make the Ring of Hircine even more worth it. Like, if you're Hircine's favorite and you have his ring, then being a werewolf is badass as hell. But if you're gonna turn randomly gonna turn suddenly every couple days, kind of annoying. Werewolf, you're pretty much just a normal person except for the nocturnal transformations. Yeah. Well, there's also, like, in Daggerfall, even in normal human form, I think you're still immune to non-silvered weaponry. That's pretty nice. Actually, like, being a werewolf in Daggerfall is actually busted as shit. Because even when you're not transformed, enemies don't have, like, a silvered tag on their weapons. So, unless they're hitting you with magic, you basically don't take damage in Daggerfall. Companions have a special strain which was given to them by the Glenmoral Witches. Sinding had the random transformations. Yeah, that's not stated explicitly anywhere, but it's how I read it because of Sinding versus how it works in gameplay. But if you're a werebore in the Iliac Bay, could be worse. You can still walk in the fucking sunlight. You gotta kill a person every few days or you'll go insane. But... You can tan. As always, my favorite, again, I think that quote is directly from Vampire the Masquerade. The very, very, very high generation vampires, called the Sunwalkers, because they don't burn in the sun, it's like, they're so weak as vampires that they say, hey, we tan. So it's still kind of better than being a human. As opposed to vampires, you're an undead abomination. Pretty much all reasoning creatures fear and despise you. You must feed on blood to survive. You can't enjoy anything but blood. Can't chill in the sun. Yeah, like, I will admit, comparing the two, even the worst version of lycanthropy is better than most versions of vampirism. Volkihar vampirism seems to be not that bad, because apparently it's not even obvious, even if you're blood-starved. Because even trained vampire hunters need some time to notice. Like, Iseron can't tell immediately if you have the Volkihar strain. Thinbloods? Yeah, the Thinbloods. Not all Thinbloods are Daywalkers is the thing. Like, there's the, I think, 14th generation, they're not Daywalkers. It's the 15th and 16th, the 16th generation especially are Daywalkers. 15th get really uncomfortable, but I think 16th are just genuinely immune to sunlight. Less noticeable, but I think the experience of being a vampire would just suck. Good one. Like, compare the best version of lycanthropy to the best version of vampirism. Like, say you're even a Lord Volkihar. Like, yeah, your wounds won't really heal right, and, like, you don't really feel like you can relax if you're in sunlight. But how often do you try to relax in sunlight? Just go read a book inside, you'll be okay. Volkihar or not? The thing is, Harkon even says outright that Volkihar vampires really don't need to feed. He specifically says if you feel the need to feed like the lesser vampires do. That it's like, it is explicitly, the only reason you'd feed is to lessen your sunlight weakness. Ow, son of a bitch. Most people enjoy being in the sun? Well, I'm not most people. Hang on a sec. The escape clause, I got stuck in some terrain. I'm allowed to fast travel to get out of it. And drinking people also usually enjoy eating food and drinking beverages. In Skyrim, it doesn't seem like you can't still do that. Love the sun? I'm not huge on it, but the thing is, if you are just already at your peak, like, if you don't do anything strenuous, you're just going for a pleasant walk, then it seems like the sun's not gonna do that much. You might be uncomfortable, but... I mean, the worst it'd do is make you not enjoy the sun anymore, but that's still not so bad. Warmth upon you, gentle breeze blowing across your face. Yeah, I'm not into it. Physically you can, but it's just masticating. I don't know. Even in Skyrim, you still get, like... It's not like you don't benefit from the effects of food. I don't think vampires enjoy food and drink, because all they crave is blood. Now, that's lore in certain series, but that's not necessarily a thing in Elder Scrolls lore. I don't think yeah. Writer, that's correct. 100%, that's me, writer. More of these assholes. Just the concept of being an undead abomination. Yeah, that's probably unpleasant, but... what does undead really mean? Because there's... I mean, in one of the only good Oblivion lore quests, there's the reveal that even one of the most living things you can do that seems to be lost to vampires apparently still works. More concerned for your soul? Yeah, but that's a problem even if you're a werewolf. Now granted, I will grant 1,000 ways to Sunday. The hunting grounds are an infinitely better afterlife than Cold Harbor. I'm not gonna pretend that in any regard. Apparently there's people who just like the hunting grounds, and if you enjoy being a werewolf, you'll probably like being there. Codlack doesn't want to do it, but he fully admits someone like Aella probably does. Cool, this guy saw me for no reason while asleep, and I was, you know, inaudible. That's always fun.
Over here.
I will grant you, that is a definite boon that lycanthropy has over, vampirism. Like, that is not a debate at all. Imagine it's like Valhalla except hunting and then the furry sex. Sovngarde is supposed to be more like Valhalla, is my understanding. I suppose it's a bit like Valhalla in the, you're just part of a hunt forever. I suppose if you're doing poorly at the hunt, then you're being hunted, and if you're doing well, then you're the hunter. Or maybe you just want to be the hunted sometimes. Or maybe you're always both. Read a Korean manga. I think the term is manhwa. Hang on. Gotta read what you said. About a pregnant mother who became a zombie while pregnant. Delivered her baby as an undead person. Her child was normal and healthy. Retained all her human memories and continued to raise her child as an undead. She got the whiff of her child's blood and went insane during the comic. Assume it would be the same for vampires and werewolves? Maybe not. Werewolves possibly, but vampires, I have no idea. Because the only vampire child we see, the Grey Prince in Oblivion, Dhampir, if you will, his mom wasn't the vampire. Another thing, becoming a vampire basically means you're running from Cold Harbor for eternity. Your eternal life becomes an eternity desperately struggling to stay alive, because if something kills you, Molag Bal will torment you for all time and there is no escape. Yeah. I will agree, werewolfism is generally better than vampirism. But I don't think it's always as clear-cut. I think the worst version of werewolf of lycanthropy is still shit. I think the best version of vampirism might be slightly better than the worst version of lycanthropy. An eternity is my name-o. What do we got? Second sun's height. Dawn is breaking. Vonos has successfully pierced the veil of the liminal barrier. How the fuck did he do that? There's much work to be done. I sneezed. We've unearthed an anchor point. Must still reconstruct the gate itself. Even when it's complete, the veil of the liminal barrier remains. Vonos, in its infinite wisdom, continues to work day and night to find a way to break it. Hunting grounds is eternal hunting. Sometimes you're the prey, sometimes you're the hunter. Imagine Herstein decides who starts on which team. Bless you, thank you. I'll take the 2 blessings, because I sneezed twice. I'm a double sneezer. Herstein does encourage flipping the script. The prey becomes the hunter. He thinks that's really cool. Yeah, I feel like there's not hard rules there. It's just either be hunting, be hunted, or be enjoying the kill. If you finished your hunt, I imagine there's some kind of, like, celebration period after you finish a hunt, because, I don't know, I feel like Herstein would be into that, like, the party after a hunt. Hell, maybe Sanguine comes by for some of those. Maybe but a singular gateway. The Vulcan, Gatanas, and Methots await us on the other side, preparing to march for our lord. We'll keep the faith for Lord Dagon. 10th Sun's Height. Lonus has been studying all known information about the Mysterium Xerxes, consulting with Dagon's Dremora, and experimenting tirelessly, still unable to open the gate. However, he believes that an object may exist which could be strong enough to hold the portal open. What kind of artifact could hold such power? To break the pact? Even 1,000 soul gems would likely dissolve in the presence of a sigil stone. We must redouble our efforts. Sent additional scouts to Solstheim and Cyrodiil to learn anything they can. Solstheim? Sang wouldn't be having a party while making everyone naked to include himself. He's like the type to do that. Yeah. One of my scouts has returned from Bruma with promising information. The ancient Aliads are well known for their Welkin stones, rare ethereal fragments comprised of powerful meteoric glass. Great Welkin Stone, the most powerful of these stones, was typically held within the heart of each Aliad city. These stones have long since been plundered or lost to time. Researchers have speculated for centuries that more Great Welkin Stones may exist, but none have ever been found. Last Great Welkin Stone seen on record was in the Third Era. It was snatched and used to bring the downfall of our lord. I don't know who did that, but that's funny. Don't like how modern games have really made Sanguine just seem like a chill dude who likes the party. Yeah, he should be more of a tempting influence, I feel like. Even Oblivion, it's more like he's kind of playing a trick. He's more a trickster, basically harmless. Then it was ultimately Maroon's undoing, but irony may be smiling upon us. Should be like Slaanesh? Slaanesh would be a better example, yeah. He should be a temptation. Something of such power could be exactly what we need to bring the gate to full power. One researcher has set their sights on the ancient Aliad ruin of Riella as such a place where a great Welkin stone may exist. Thing will pull you into hedonistic revelry whether you like it or not. Yep. Many have explored its depths through the years, though none have ever found a trace of such a thing. Could a great Welkin stone truly be hidden deep within Riella? I told my scouts to capture this researcher and bring him to me. Must learn all we can. Second of last seed. My scouts captured the Aliad researcher from Bruma, but upon returning, the Vigil of Stendarr were seen guarding the Pale Pass. My scouts had to detour through the wilderness of the Geral Mountains to avoid them. Could the Vigil be aware of our movements? Is there a traitor among us? Cannot risk any sort of confrontation with the Vigil until we have the full might of Dagon behind us. It's too much at stake. While interrogating the researcher, I learned that Riella is structurally weak, making entry difficult. The Vigil blocking the Pale Pass, this greatly inhibits our expedition. I also spoke of other dangers, but I dare not repeat them, lest I give substance to his ravings. Must find a way into Riella. Lonos and I have agreed that we have no time to waste. I've selected only our most trusted disciples to set up a base camp in the mountains west of Iverstead. We'll operate under the darkness of night to excavate our own pathway through the Geral Mountains and into Riella. It'll take time, but it's the only way. Sprayed in Daggerfall has him holding a captive woman by the hands. Creepy. After much blood and sweat, we finally breached Riella through its northwest corner. The challenges within have proven to be quite deadly. The only man who returned alive claimed he barely escaped the clutches of an undead monster. Several have gone inside only to never return. I'm unsure how many more souls I can spare. All this and yet no signs of a secret chamber or Welkin stone. There are legible portions of untranslated words on the pages received from the researcher in Bruma. Summoned one of my best scholars, Yanis, to assist me in my Aliad studies. Perhaps there's something we're missing. God, how much did this fucker write? According to the books Magic from the Sky and Glories and Laments, the ancient Aliads believed that Nirn was composed of 4 basic elements: earth, water, air, and light. Light? I guess they consider fire light? Weird. You gotta lay down, headache and stomachache? Sick with the flu today and been really stressed out. See you next time? See you next time, cat. Thanks for dropping by. The incomplete texts recovered from the researcher in Bruma make mention of previously unseen elemental shards. What are they? Where are they? Skyrim literacy programs are phenomenal. This guy isn't from Skyrim. We'll prepare another team to descend upon Riella with this information. These Skyrim bandits have a higher reading level than most Americans. I'll grant you that. Running low on supplies and may need to delay the search if we lose any more men. Lonos has sent an urgent communication. The vigilance of Stendar have increased their presence and have been seen questioning townsfolk. Acolyte Scorvild and Priestess Enakane have gone missing, their whereabouts unknown. It's best for us to assume the Vigil knows of our plans. No time left to delay. Yanis must join one last expedition team to locate the Great Welkin-Stone. Send the last of my guards along with him as protection. It's our last chance. Dagon, give us strength. Tamriel in general, to be honest. Average Tamriel asshole is highly literate. To be fair, we don't know that most, like, bandit stuff like that is, it's written by, like, the leader of the group. We don't know that the average ones can read. They can talk real nice, but read? Jeez, this guy was long-winded. Glad to see Uriel's literacy program worked out. At least I hope that's his literacy program. Oh, I bet Akato put it through. It's his suggestion. Before Uriel, 10% of people could read. After Uriel, that number skyrocketed to 90%. Hell yeah. I then got thinking about Uriel and about this... that amulet of the Elder Council. This is actually a bit of Ngoth lore I kind of picked out a very long time ago, but never had a good way to reveal for any reason. When Ngoth was a kid, his dream was actually to be on the Elder Council. And the big change he wanted to enact, he wanted the Empire to officially sanction Hist worship. In his very, very naive worldview, he wanted the Hist recognized as as another divine. That was when he was a kid, obviously, before even the Simulacrum. Experts say this would have helped his odds in a re-election bid, had he not died and also been a hereditary monarch for life. Infidel. He wouldn't be anymore if the law he wanted passed went through. It's just that Ngoth was never a really good, like, negotiator at any point. He throws money at his problems 9 times out of 10. He's gotten pretty good at talking just by practicing the Thuum. But that's a very recent development. Remember, in Morrowind, people didn't like him. He had no personality. Argonians need to get on the syncretic religion shit. That'd be a problem, throw money at me. He's only got money in, like... It's in a denomination you can't use, Bathwater. You can melt down the gold, but it's not worth that much, frankly. Argonians in the Empire just worship the Hist. None of them worship the Aedra and the Hist. Wonder what the composition of the septum is? Septums appear to be gold. Or at the very least gold-plated. Now, they may be something like gold's brass alloy, possibly? Because in Morrowind specifically, they're slightly greenish. think we discussed something similar before. In Morrowind, they're much greener than in later games. Yeah, that's why I think they might be like a brass or a copper alloy with gold. In Morrowind specific. To be fair, in Daggerfall and fucking... Alright, the fucking Rogger decided to double team me with the dragon because it's stupid. That's fun. Compared to a similar Roman coin. There is one made of gold. Pretty sure there were Roman coins made of gold. Of course. Fucking... Be funny if the Empire was providing Morrowind with a lower purity septum to cripple their local economy and spending power. Funny in an asshole kind of way. Suppose a lot of that time was just spent reading it. I'm not gonna have to do twice. It says a lot, but tells me almost nothing. Like, yeah, it's his journal, tells me about what he did, but very little of it's actually critical to what I'm doing. So it's genuinely kind of pointless to write as much as they did.
Never should have come here.
What? Why would they?
You want her?
Cool, they were just awake this time. And both in there.
Do worst.
The Aureus, a gold coin produced from 1st century BC to 4th century AD. That helped me, I'm gonna start reading about Roman coinage. Look, sometimes that's the only lore option available. You gotta look at IRL lore. You leave Morrowind with 1,000,000 septums, and the guy at the border says you can exchange this for 10 Cyrodiil septums.
Like the bite of a flea.
It'd be real funny.
I cannot best you.
We're all in a real dick move. But I don't know if they would have. I feel like the Hlaalu would have noticed. Gold coins were produced, were very rare, and had high value, because gold. Yeah, obviously, but this is also a fantasy world. Like, even in Daggerfall, gold was the only kind of coin there was. Real-life valuation of gold coins is at odds with the function and value of a septum. Wait a fucking minute, oh my god. It makes sense? What's up, Bathwater? But actually, no, that does add up, Quilla, because this is a fantasy world where gold's way more common, but it's still what people use as currency. But there's so much gold in Elder Scrolls. Oh, fucking again. The government is casting transmutation. Yeah, common and of low value. Yeah. The coins are common and of low value. Maybe that's why actual gold that's not in coins is worth a lot more. For the sole reason that you could do other gold stuff with it. This isn't supposed to be here. Not exaggerating, this is like a holy shit moment for you. Need Todd to put ebony drakes into circulation. That'd be funny, but the problem is ebony is exceptionally useful for armor crafting, whereas gold is exceptionally useless for that matter. You notice gold jewelry is worth way more than its weight in gold. Partially because of the craftsmanship, but even like a gold ingot is worth way more. I think specifically because they put all the gold into coinage, and now it's just worth more if it's not a coin. No way their gold mines are lasting for that many millennia. Glass drakes? Again, glass is really useful. It makes a very lightweight, very durable armor. Something that's genuinely otherwise useless. Glass is useful for weapons, but for whatever reason, the Empire seems very disinterested in glass for weapons and armor. Yeah, but I think we're to understand that the, Thalmor favor it. Mainly because if only because glass armor in Skyrim looks like elven armor, style-wise. Is glass comparable to an actual real-world material? I do not believe so, no. It's not literally glass, we know that for sure. In the same way, ebony isn't anything like real-world ebony. Dragon is back, still. Looks like real-world glass, but that's it. Depends on how it's been... that partially depends on the game, too. Sometimes it's green, but sometimes it's blue. There exists a volcanic glass. Yes, obsidian, but obsidian is as sharp as theoretically a natural material can be, but it's very brittle, so again, it's not that useful. I think there have been obsidian shard weapons used occasionally, by very specific cultures that had access to it, but even then, it did not make up the bulk of the weapon. It was little shards of blade on, attached to usually a wooden club. You just call a dragon mortal? Cool, dragon saw me immediately. I'll deal with it. Breathing ice on an undead Nord. That can't do anything. Broadly speaking, the Elder Scrolls gas is kind of like obsidian, I guess. Sharp but not very durable. No, I'd argue Elder Scrolls glass is nothing like obsidian, because it's sharp and way too durable. Because glass is one of the strongest light armors. Test Magic special glass is sharper and more durable than obsidian. I don't know about sharper, necessarily. More durable, certainly, but sharper, that's questionable. You look at glass armor in Morrowind, most of it's not actually made out of glass. I mean, I think in Skyrim too, like, the base of it is made of something else. Yeah, I do. Oh great, this stupid glitch. This one's not much better. There we go. Glass weapons in Morrowind are less durable than steel weapons. Perhaps. But that's hard to judge lore on. Item durability. Oh yeah. I think I'm near maxing out the Dragonborn tree. Probably why the Empire isn't very interested in glass. It's too high maintenance. That's possible. I feel like elves would be more willing to put up with that. %50 chance to do double damage. Why not? Not suitable for outfitting an army, no. But ebony is too rare to outfit an army with, is the problem there. Like, I feel like ebony they mix into the top brass's gear and nothing else. Daedric gear is even harder to get hold of for the sole reason that you have to make it out of ebony and Daedra hearts. But also because you need a special forge to do it, even. Not what I meant. Outfit elite infantry. Sorry, my Total War side came out for a sec. No, that's correct. They're mining the shit out of Morrowind for more. Yep. Too bad that's never brought up as a thing about Skyrim. Because there are ebony mines in Skyrim. Skyrim's one of the places there's ebony. There's not really that much in Cyrodiil, though. Varley Cavern. You're a cavern. They could get even their frontline peons in ebony, that'd be outstanding. Yeah. They wish. I wonder. So, the Heart of Lorkhan was meant to power the Numidium. Hypothetically, if you made a Numidium out of ebony, could you just give Lorkhan his full... Could you give Lorkhan, like, the basis of getting his entire body back? Like, would that be stronger for the sole reason that it's Lorkhan's heart with Lorkhan's blood? Or would it only care about the material, which actually still should care, because the Numidium should be made of Dwarven metal. Rare and the fanciest, most important soldiers will of course get the fancy armor first. Yeah. And the other one magically knows where I am now. Because apparently daggers are not silent in this game. I know, but probably. It's a weird question. Alien ruin. Never been in one of these before. Dotted all over Cyrodiil, but I never had a reason to go in. I don't like it. Then again, I suppose it's not that much worse than a dwarven ruin. I mean, he does seem to have some special properties for transmitting powerful magics. Handles Daedric energies to make Daedric armor, which other materials can't do. That's not a Draugr. Fuck is that thing? We're in Legathog's wheelhouse for once. Ingoth knows Dwemer ruins. He knows how to do that. Alien ruins? He grew up in Cyrodiil. That doesn't mean he ever saw them. People who grow up in New York never seen the Statue of Liberty. I do like that they have elven gear. I almost said Dwemer. Seen it? You've seen it on TV? You've never been personally? I mean, for you it must be like a tourist trap. Like, why bother? Tourist trap, yeah. Like, I can absolutely see the point of view of why bother. This is a waste of time. I know it's just a big statue. More journals. Learned today, when the ball drops in Times Square, they lock you in a cage for 12 hours. People wear diapers and piss and shit themselves. What? Called upon to assist with the Riella expedition. Studying urgently without rest. Ancient texts. Researcher in Bruma. Dune is not very good. Able to understand something about elemental shards. Sleeping guardians. One was to grant me more time, this wouldn't be a problem. He and our lord are impatient. He does believe the four elements to be air, water, earth, and light. Shards representing them may serve as keys. It's fascinating to ponder how many great Welkin stones may be hidden among ruins thought to be barren. It's a hidden chamber within Riella. Might be how they're opened. How? Where? Study the text further. Urgent orders, send upon Riella with the last of our expedition to try and find the Welkin stone. Go with them and lead the team. Vigil Stendar are soon to be on our trail, so we must act quickly. Don't allow this latest wrinkle to deter my research. Woe to those who entered before me and met their fate. I imagine not the horrors that await me. Let's see. Our persistence has awoken alien whites. All is not lost. Found 4 Welkin stone holders in the Riella crypt. Gold positioned to the north, southeast, and west. Correspond to the 4 elements. North is air, well, south is earth, Sen. Something everyone wants to do, which means it's awful and you should never do it. I've never heard of the cage diaper thing, but I don't live in New York, so I wouldn't know. East is light, Alata. West is water, Nen. Diagram matches this pattern. Retrieved and placed in the correct holders. Secret chamber containing the Great Welkin Stone make itself known. Team has been slain, I've been injured. Many rumors of an area underneath the college. Heard many rumors of an area of... Oh! That's kind of funny. Don't lock you in. You could leave and use the bathroom. If you did, someone would take your spot, so you can't really leave. Fair enough. So people wear diapers so they can be there for it. That's what happens when you have a world-famous tourist attraction that millions of people want to see. It's really fucking gross. And sounds really not worth it. But, oh my gosh, backpacks. Forgot about the backpack slot that one of these added. This is better than the nothing I have in that slot. I don't really do range damage that much right now, but... this brings back memories. I actually kind of like the backpack here. Watch it on TV, much less shit. The smell alone must be horrible. Spelltome Elemental Blast. That would be under S for Spelltome. Scroll it down. An elemental explosion for 40 points of fire damage, 40 points of shock damage, and half as much damage to stamina. Well, hidey ho. $40 of 2 types of damage. Why do they use Oblivion music for these dungeons? Oh yeah! This is like Oblivion nostalgia. Like, I knew that much. I'm not as nostalgic for it, because I think I beat Oblivion once, and then played it for stream when the remaster came out. Oh, I like the effect here. Sneak attack for 1.3 times damage. Give me some health. Those alien ruins are much more colorful than I remember. Yeah. Yeah. Let's get the next level of Chaos Binding. Actually, something I might pick up for the looks. Might look at some of the things. Mage armor. I might want to try to get towards that, possibly. Damn it. Half second off. Still, this is a very powerful destruction spell. Elemental Shard Nen. Damn, I'm learning Nen? They'll all be so jealous. Oh right, I still have Yol on. Mizengoth's Nen type. If I had to guess, Enhancer, because he's... like, his way of fighting is always, fuck it. We ball. Although, actually, he's very adaptable. That is one way he likes to do it, but it's not the only way he ever does it. Maybe he'd be a specialist, then. His way of fighting is fuck it. Now, I think Enhancer, because a lot of his thing is, like, hit hard, regenerate, like, he has a lot of healings, reinforce his own body, that kind of stuff. So, I think Enhancer is what his type would be. Or he's a weird specialist who can learn any type, like Kurapika is. Mizengoth would like hand-to-hand fighting. He should try it. Here's the thing. He probably should. I'm not gonna deny that. It's just, I'm so bent on using equipment with him. Because that's the thing about him. He is always very reliant on the equipment he has. Now, that would be a good way for him to... What the fuck? What the no, wait. Isn't this like a... No, this is like just a restoration package. Someone was really into healing in there. There's even expert restoration stuff. Circlet of Restoration. That's such a weird thing, though. I think I have all the other spells. A lot of spell tomes, yeah. There's like all restoration stuff. Is that a SKYRIM thing? Because it included restoration tomes from that. That was so weird. I don't think he altered any of the Creation Club data. Well, I guess it's using a vanilla leveled list, which SKYRIM is modifying. Yeah. Mage pack of bedroll. With bedroll. Definitely want a mage pack more than a hunter pack, honestly. Because he's not using ranged weapons right this second. He's using magic, that's for sure. Yes, to be honest, is it's using a merchant leveled list. If it's using the leveled list of a restoration merchant, it's a weird thing to do, but nothing wrong with it. Just odd choice. Getting a package of what should be available to purchase at a merchant. It's like all restoration spells, restoration expert gear, and or was it like... Did it like load up the wrong thing and load up all the spells a character should have? Like some kind of restoration master character. Or maybe this is just what that's supposed to be, and that was an offering to a restoration master of the Iliad. It's still weird no matter what, but... It is kind of interesting to me. I'm honestly happy for them that the backpacks of Skyrim essentially became official content by becoming part of the Creation Club. Because that was one of the most used mods, I think. That and cloaks. Thief backpack. Better at lockpicking. Don't care. This is a door? Thought I was insane. Spells and spell tomes are different things in the engine. Maybe. It's a weird thing no matter how you try to do it. The last one. I wonder if I should start investing into enchanting to make this last longer. Even just picking up enchanting lessons could help. Not Draugr, then why Draugr sound? Yeah, they're just reskinned Draugr. Different gear and appearance, but they're Draugr. They didn't want to do the actually unique Iliad enemies. That would require actual effort, don't you know? You know what would help? A bunch of petty soul gems. Not if Ungoth isn't, like, spending the time to fill them. These things are durable. Woo, that's a biggie. Open combat time. One-handed to 77. Learning how to draw? Congratulations, Bathwater. I never did that. Side thing? Well, I think it's a smart thing. Thing I'm definitely proud of you for doing. Only for the purpose of drawing your girlfriend? Hey, whatever gets you there. Some of the best artists I know got there by having one specific hyperfixation character they really, really wanted to draw. And make it rich as a furry porn artist? You like furry porn and want to draw porn? Well, then what's stopping you? Ability? But that's only a temporary setback. Lack thereof? Yeah, I said temporary. You'll get better. Never doubt that you'll get better. Present, you're practicing on your cats. That's a good place to start. For the furry part, might not help you be better at humans. That fucking hurt a little bit. Drawing them lunging about, I mean, not furry porn. No, but I mean, an animal subject will let you get better at drawing animals. A human subject will let you get better at drawing humans. I suppose any amount of practice whatsoever will help you be better at drawing in general. What? Another one of these. Weird. That's the second one. That one was adept rather than expert on the robes. Come on, just die. Ah, fuck me. Pretty sure I kept the book, but I don't remember his name. He wasn't Scorveld, was he? No. No, it was Janus. Janus? Whatever. Alright, which one goes north? Alright, north is Well... South is Sosen, east is Alada, west is Nen. I guess north is air, I've already forgotten what I just said. South is earth, east is light, west is water. There we go. This guy made it pretty deep in. It's almost impressive. Almost. Takes the Great Welkin Stone. Give me if I don't trust that nothing will happen when I do. Knew it. Hello, reskinned Dragon Priest. Norian the Undying.
The challenger is near. No one escapes.
Oh, great. He has controlled Daedra just like the Dragon Priests do. That really cool and fun mechanic. I don't like that. Yeah, of course. Of fucking course. Because he just stole my comrade, who then proceeded to do way more damage than I'm used to. But I did this. So it's fine. Just don't try to summon help, I guess. The enemy, without casting any kind of spell, just... Oh, it changes sides. Fuck you for trying to, you know, try anything. don't know why these whites are especially healthy either. They're leveled, but they don't have the leveled name. At least it doesn't seem to have alerted the Undying over there. Or he sees me, but he's not hostile yet. Or he's stuck, maybe? Cool. Stop running around like a pansy. Fight me, damn it. I think this actually kind of was one of Ngoth's signature spells, Elemental Blast. At least you have a unique design, Nori and the Undying. You have a constant drain magic effect around you. Possibly drain health as well. That's less cool. And you summon more allies in the middle of the fight because you're a pussy. Think you're brain rotted? Probably, but what tipped you off specifically this time? Alright, these ones are really weak for no reason. Not in the usual sense? In what sense, then? Quote Skyrim and Fallout a lot? No, that's a normal brain rot. It's just not the same fandom brain rot you usually do. Gold Relic Key, Chewelkin Stone, Staff of Elno Ede. It's a wall that deals 8 shock damage per second to health and magicka. Absorb 8 points of stamina per second from the target. That doesn't seem like a very good staff, but it's a unique name, so sure. When an enemy runs away, call yourself a Nord! See, I'm not brain rotted on that one because I never play Nord characters. That specific line doesn't have me. Yeah, man. You remind me of my cousin's cat. Killed that one, too. Oh my gosh, it's... nope. I think they did give me a secret way back in. Damn it, I pressed it twice like an idiot. Like a fool. Why'd Bandit Guy kill his cousin's cat? I think we're mixing up cause and effect here. He's probably a bandit because he's a sociopath who murdered his cousin's cat. That's probably why he's a bandit. Love that one.
Huh?
Now you're mine.
That one of them Stendar Vigilance? Hate to be them. Orc Adventurer. Just here? Or the Mythic Dawn hire him, or...
What is that?
Is someone there? Who's that? Over here.
There you
Oh, there's Keening. Felt like I was losing my mind. Cool, another fucking wrong leveled one. At least I ate up all his magic resistance.
I can take you.
Really are just fighting out there, huh? Oh yeah, I have a key.
I guess I was just hearing things.
Yeah, probably. Vigil Enforcer. Oh my gosh, that's right. One of the things was new crossbows. Nordic crossbow and bolts. Vigil? Oh yeah, Vigil armor.
You're mine.
It actually looks boring as shit. It looks worse than their default equipment.
You pay for that.
Like, in the base game.
Oh well. Must have run off.
Hey, how's it going? Fine leather. No extra effect. Read the Visual Enforcer's journal. It really just couldn't be fucked to hire a voice actor. Even someone new to just come in and record something. Like, even if everyone else was busy. Vigil is the last line of defense between the light and darkness. Filers managed to open the gate. We're bound by standard and not let a single abomination pass through it. Find the gate, secure it. Whatever it takes, we must hold the line. That's their orders. It's the journal. Locate the Oblivion Gate. Where a mythic... Nah, fuck that. No, I'm just going to kill them all. That sounds way more fun than whatever nonsense. Voice acting is apparently one of the hardest parts of game dev. It's definitely a difficult part, but we're at a point where there's genuine mod authors, like unofficial ones, who have voice acting that's, like, from professional voice actors. There's one that Wes Anderson is voicing. There's not an excuse for Bethesda to charge money for this crap and not put anything into it. You can't just bring some guys into the studio and sit them at the computer. No, I know you need a booth and all that. Must understand, all the voice actors are busy with Elder Scrolls 6, I hope. I'm saying, if they're gonna release content and charge money for it, they need to put in more effort than this.
The Vigil of Stendar will cast them into the light.
Wow, there's a Nordic ruin like 30 fucking feet from an alien one. You need to rent a recording booth. You need to schedule with a voice actor pretty well in advance. They don't need to rent a recording booth. Because genuinely Bethesda should have on-site... They should have in-house recording booths. They should just have their own. That is not something they should be renting out. Yes, getting the voice actors pretty well in advance, absolutely. But, yeah, that's... I think... Getting them in advance, that's, I understand. Usually they rent out a recording booth. Really shouldn't if it's... Your livelihood is a voice acting... A thing with a lot of voice acting in it. Because by the time they would have rented out the amount of time they'd have to rent it out for a full game, all the voice acting in just Oblivion, it would be way, way cheaper to just make their own in-house. Not just for a soundproof room, it's for high quality and most importantly consistent recording equipment. I'm aware of that. I'm saying renting it out's gonna be way more expensive than building one if there's as much dialogue in your game as they have. I'm saying there's not a good excuse for renting it out instead, if that's something they're genuinely using. Here's the thing, also, if they were a small indie company, I'd believe it more. But this is Bethesda. They have a Bethesdillion dollars. Having your own booth that you don't rent out, also gonna help with consistency. Otherwise, you might fail to rent out the same booth multiple times. That's not gonna be as consistent. Building a booth is expensive, but renting one out for the hundreds of hours of recording that must have gone into this game is just an idiot's proposition. You'd have to actually be stupid to do that. Because it's less convenient and more expensive to rent one out at that point. If you just want to say that they didn't want to... Really, it's just they didn't want to hire voice actors for it. That really is it. So it just comes across as really lazy. And kind of cheap in that same vein. Oh hey, this is where the dragon was sitting here when I came up. Haha, good times last time. Imagine they want more than one booth so they don't have to just sit them one at a time. It'd be a time-consuming system. So you need to maintain many booths. You need to maintain the equipment for each, including making sure they're all consistent recording quality. You also need experts in audio. Yeah? I'm not denying it's an endeavor. I'm saying the amount of effort you put in is going to save you a lot more effort in the long run. Because here's the thing, that would also mean you'd have to rent multiple booths, which still stacks the amount of money you're spending. Which is generally very different from everything else they do. You'd have specialists and special equipment you only use for one stage of development. For a stage of development... Even then, like... Also, you don't have to keep them on permanently. You can, like... hire out audio specialists. You want to maintain that equipment all the time, so you don't want to just hire out when you need it. I mean, audio equipment doesn't need that much maintenance. It needs maintenance, I'll admit. Any equipment does, but... And you don't really necessarily need to be a specialist to maintain it. This feels like you're just trying to make excuses for the lack of voice acting. I know it's definitely the most one of the most difficult and expensive parts of production, but at the same time, it's an important step of production if you want a high-quality product in this kind of setting. I'm saying they charge money for this, and it's less effort than people put into their free mods. In a lot of ways. There's some higher quality textures, but at the same time, a lot of this is... yeah. Just because it's the hardest doesn't mean you should skip it. Yep, cave bears have perfect vision at all times. Free mods are done by hobbyists who have no issue putting in more money than they'll get out because they're not getting anything out of it. Again, missing the point. Not saying Bethesda CC shit isn't overpriced, it often is. Yeah, that's more what I'm complaining about. If they want to charge money for this, they need to put money into it. And obviously they did on the textures, but they didn't put any into one of the parts that's most necessary. Arguably the most necessary for making it feel like it's actually part of the game. I think the issue with VA for them is less money than logistical. Yeah, they couldn't crap out 1 billion of these if they had to hire people to voice all of them. Wow. That's the troll bending down animation, huh? Turnaround time for these doesn't really account for planning a voice acting session. Yeah, it really is coming into the heart of this. There should have been fewer of these of better quality. They should have skipped out on a lot of the worthless crap that they did, instead hired people, or gotten voice acting in, then just shit these out and then charge money for them. So the model of these make a lot. It's a model that at its base I'm disagreeing with. That shouldn't be the philosophy. The McDonald's philosophy isn't a great one. Actually, no, this is the Pulp Fiction philosophy. And I don't mean the movie, I mean the actual phenomena of Pulp Fiction, where they were printing books so fast they were literally using tree pulp for the paper, which meant it tore really easily. They should have just made more DLC, proper expansions like Dragonborn, or Dawnguard, I guess. I mean, I feel like there's a happy medium between those. I feel like it doesn't need to be full expansion, it could just be a small area that's an addition, and not put such extensive dialogue into just books and notes. Because the thing is, it's so noticeable. Where the fuck am I? Going over there? Yeah, this is the fastest way.
What? Nakast!
Really just... it rustles my jammies. Where the fuck did that go flying? You'll rustle my jammies? I'd rather you not. My jammies are currently at the level of rustling I like, which is very little. Man, that regen perk already paying dividends. That's fucking fast. I wasn't the only homo here. I've been described as, genuinely, in a few friend groups, I am described as the straight friend. I don't remember anymore, but I think they promised more DLC than we got for Skyrim. Maybe. I only actually have a decently strong destruction spell that doesn't break the it breaks the magicka bank. I'd almost call it overpowered, frankly. Dang it. I mean, you said you don't remember. Do you have any vague inklings of what the DLC might have been?
Is someone there? Aha.
Really? From that far away? Mythic Dawn Guard. Feel like you're stealing that name. Oh, it's an Argonian. He actually has a hood on his. Oh, I'm not fucking with no hood. Red Scar Cavern. Hey, Goblin. I got the anniversary edition. We're doing Mythic Dawn stuff, because Zengoth feels very guilty about not stopping them the first time, because they had our, alternate character do that, Legathog.
Someone there?
Found his old knife a while ago. Though he was never that stealthy with keening specifically. He'd usually stealth with his spear. Hircine's spear. Hircine refused to give back. Mythic Dawn for the win? Have the Mythic Dawn won anything? I don't remember, maybe they said 4, maybe they said 3, but people are a bit iffy on considering Hearthfire a true DLC. Yeah. Honestly, here's the thing. Hearthfire... If Hearthfire were a Creation Club thing, it would be worth it. If it were like a... that same price in Creation Club, it'd be totally worth it, because there's not really... There's barely any new voice acting. There is some, I'll admit. I suppose it doesn't quite line up. They should have. Yeah.
Someone there? Someone there? Hello? Who's there?
It also finally has a destruction spell that's actually kind of useful. Actually kind of wonder. Wonder if this is worth it. Using these would be. For nothing else other than the extra damage. He's actually got some spell damage to his name. Definitely still be having muffle up with these, though. I will say, one thing about Simon Red mod, there's a lot more, it feels like there's a lot more perk investment needed to make specific builds work. Because I feel like if I tried to do this exact same thing, like basically this same build in vanilla Skyrim, I'd still be unstoppable. Wish Hearthfire homes were nicer. I'm curious in what way you specifically mean. Mechanically, I think it's pretty good. Then you build the homes and they're kind of meh. I think that more has to do with homes just being meh in general in Skyrim. I don't know if I'd tie it to Hearthfire specifically.
The whites take you.
What?
Skyrim belongs.
The lighting is very flat, the layouts are all the same.
Come back here.
They lost track of me somehow. Your master bedroom is a crawl space on the back of the second floor, and you don't even get doors. Okay, I can kind of see what you mean.
Where are you?
Fine. It's fine.
Can't hide from me. I'm gonna wear that tank.
Fine. Stop. Dog's barking at something again. Not mean to take your stupid steel dagger. Where are you? Fireball up the ass! Not bad, B. Yeah, he's a good dog, mostly, just... It's people who live here, didn't live where I used to live, who get loud sometimes. Sorry, does that say cooked hogfish? I think I'm legally required to clip this now. Hog. Orcish scaled armor. It's more minimalist. Lack of shoulders doesn't make it look very orcish, honestly. Remember when you found your first pogfish? Oh. Is that Pog Majima? Oh my god, that's right, that's one of Ruka's emotes. Pogjima. Oh, wow.
What was that?
There's so many Argonians in the Mythic Dawn. Like, there's way more Argonians than there have been in any other group we've seen so far. Especially in Skyrim.
Anybody there?
Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Zeus's butthole, I'm bad at this. Nick to 98. I'm a stealthy little boy. Ah! It's a Ruka emote we rarely use, yeah. A lot of jewelry, these guys. Ooh, chamber key. Thief backpack, yeah, don't care. Minor footpad. Do I have that enchantment? I think I could still get it off my boots, so I don't think I've found it in another thing yet. And we're really excavating the fuck out of this place. Another goddamn soul gem. Black soul gem. All this black soul gem nonsense. Do like how they give you the key to keep going, but lock it otherwise. If you want to be stealthy, you can just stealth through. Defeat Vonos. Let's just make sure he's alone. I actually kind of like that they're mining to give you a hint of where they are. That's good design. Casually hitting that 24.3 times damage. I think I can get it even higher if I get the even better shrouded, the ancient shrouded gloves. Of course. And he heard all that. Doesn't automatically know where I am, but he might as well.
Nothing here after all.
Am I insane? But for sure, I totally did. Damage dealing spells are twice as strong while sneaking and undetected. Why doesn't that work? Or at least, why isn't it showing up in the thing when the other multiplier shows up? Was pretty loud. Wait a minute. Is the Dark Elf VA also Joshua Graham's? Yeah. Yeah, that's the same person.
Guess I was just hearing things.
Here's bombs screaming in the distance. Must have been hearing things. I must be hallucinating. He is a Maroon's Dagon follower. I feel like he would send you hallucinations of explosions and screaming. Just to be funny, even. Whoa! Oh, fuck me. Oh, sweet, a Daedric dagger. Fuck, 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 fuck. Who the hell was this? Need to lay off the skooma. The severed foot lands in my tankard. What does stupid dumbass book say? If Arizungoth ever seen one of those? No, but he pieced together enough to know that's not fucking good. He saw they called it an Oblivion Gate, and he read about the Oblivion thing. So he's able to put two and two together, that must be the Oblivion Gate, and therefore it's open. Forgot what the fuck that guy's name was. Vonos. Portal to hell. Da-da-da. Runes permeates my dreams. Whisper. Roar in my skull. Strife and violence. Emerald will soon be ripe for again for the taking, for my vengeance is at hand. What must I do, my lord? Praying to Dagon, heard nothing. Another dream, fire, smoke, heat upon heat. Sending into a cavern. Heat began to cook and blister your skin. I'm moving, fire and smoke, I don't care. Oblivion Gate is buried here, I can feel it. My destiny to reach it. Spend night and day with pickaxe in hand was freed from this prison of stone. Martin looking down from Ethereus like, God damn it. Akatosh, you said they wouldn't be able to do that anymore. Motherfucker. That's what I said, like, how the fuck did they do this? It's thought the Cold Harbor Pact was still working. Others have begun to heed the call. Thetis was the first to discover the gate's stone. Short-lived, They've been destroyed. They're a theoretical Oblivion Gate that sends you to a different plane of Oblivion, but they always send you to the Deadlands. These hypothetical gates look different. We do actually see the one for the Shivering Isles. And it's only allowed to stay up because it doesn't have any exit except for people from Nirn are allowed to leave from it. If you're from Tamriel, you can leave back out, but no one from there can come out, so it was allowed to stay. So yes, we do know that they look different. There was also the one to Boethia's, but that one didn't have any effort put into it. Very deep, lots of time. Visions cloud my dreams. Martin Septim and Akatosh taking my blood burn with anger and vengeance. Not theoretical. Seen gates to the Shivering Isles, Boethia's realm, and Periite's realm. Oh right, Periite's as well. Boethia's realm apparently looks exactly like Dagon's for no reason. The latter two just look like the Deadlands because of Oblivion, yeah. Dagon's hatred has become a burning coal. Deepest reaches of Skyrim. Inspires power on reverence. Pact must be made. Dagon requires each of us offer a personal sacrifice. Each soul casts into oblivion. His power grows. Liminal barrier is weak here. Turmoil and conflict blowing the lands only weakens it further. That's really stupid. Summon Dremora Lord to acquire a sigil stone. More on the rights. My attempts to use the gate as a vessel, transliminal attunement have failed. Then in temporary, as one might expect. Smelled the sweet sulfur of the deadlines only for fleeting moments of time. Studied all there is to know of the Mysterium Darkthies. Been to Dawnstar to observe its last remaining page. Bring up Dark Angers, but someone here considers ESO sacrilegious. Pray for Dagon for guidance. Confer with his Dremora. Sigil Stone is simply not enough. Yeah, the Great Welkin Stone. First the Vigil. Wait, hang on. Dragonborn prophecy foretells a chosen one will come forth. Blood and soul blessed by Akatosh himself, the Dovahkiin. The Time Wound will open, and Alduin the World Eater shall also return. Though both are fragments of Akatosh's soul, these two will wage war against one another. Oh. As children of Akatosh, they will reap the vengeance of Maroon's Dagon. Kinda found it in the deep lore. The war in Skyrim is weakening the Tower of the Throat of the World, which does weaken the liminal barriers. Ah, okay. And it sounds like pieces of Akatosh being on Nirn like this might also be doing something. Ritual of the highest order, artifact of untold power. Above all, the Dragonborn must become the unwitting instrument of Dagon's will. Oh, fuck. Wait, I have a piece of Akatosh's soul. Did I accidentally give Akatosh's permission to open this shit? The Dovahkiin takes my life with blade in one hand and Great Welkin Stone in the other. They'll complete the ritual, become the very key to opening the... Okay, no, that's actually clever as shit. Okay, I'm kind of on board with that as the way to do it. Because the Dragonborn is a piece of Akatosh, so by making him do it, it's technically giving Akatosh's permission. So it's this weird loop. I kind of dig this, actually. Also, this confirms your theory, Quilla, that they're all pieces of Akatosh's soul. Divine plan beyond anything I could have comprehend. The world will be bathed in the fires of oblivion. None can be weird with this. Well played, Satan. Dagon. Alduin's return. Scorville has been missing. Seek out the Dragonborn for help. They will utterly fail. The Dovahkiin will succeed. Success will be short-lived. Sigil Stone has been destroyed, ensuring the gate will remain open. Two of Dagon's Dremora, Vulcanaz, Gatanaz, and Methats, waiting in the Deadlands to lead the assault. Heralds of the coming siege. Orcs will unleash a scourge of torment upon our Lord's enemies. The dawn is breaking. Fuck. You fucker! Alright, no more fucking around then. Most sensible conclusion is that Ungoth has always been Nerevar who was Dragonborn. We're to think Azura stuffed Nerevar's soul inside Ungoth and then Akatosh stapled on some dragon bits. It helps with the whole Ungoth is all the gods' answer to all the other gods' nonsense. They keep fucking with him when he's not paying attention, and that even the Hist has done it when he wasn't looking and he hasn't noticed. At this point, he's some divinely grotesque soul golem. That is exactly what I want you to think of Ungoth as. Barely recognizable for what he used to be. Alright, motherfuckers. No more of this pansy shit. What? Cool horsey! Yay! Lava horsey! Come on! Alright, you goddamn savages. Do you want to live forever? I wish they had the Dremora gear, which was really strong but heavy as shit. Aw, the Daedric horse isn't friendly. That sucks. Come on! Try harder! Scourge. Summon Daedra up to level 36 are sent back to Oblivion. Daedric Gauntlets of Negation. Magic Wow, that's good! Daedric gear actually does look pretty good with the college robes, too. Or this robe. Scourge. It's an artifact of Malakath. The fuck's it doing in the Badlands, then? Maybe that Dremora won it off one of Malakath's folks? From Morrowind? I think I remember that, yeah. From Battlespire. Oh. Battlespire sucks. He's right, Bathwater. Battlespire sucks. At least last I checked, which was... who knows how long ago. Billions of years, potentially. I also like the Daedric gear for giving Ungoth his claws back. Does this work? No, they're not summoned. Alright. I wish dual casting this made it stronger. Instead, I think it just lasts longer. But hey, Ungoth's even more magic resistant than before. They just have iron gear. That's lame. Iron and steel gear. Why did it want me to retrieve Scourge so bad? I guess so you don't leave it by accident. Oh, I suppose it might... Nah, those are... Meh. This guy hits hard, though. So do I. Grave Torment. A one-handed sword. It's forged to be like the bane of Daedra. I mean, it works. What does Torment do? Burns the target for 30 points, targets on fire, take extra damage. Of course they do. You know, do you think Dagon is getting flashbacks to the Saxhiel invasion? To when the Argonians rushed back into the Badlands and it was so bad he had to close all the ones in Blackmarsh? He opened one in Skyrim, and the most dangerous Argonian alive rushed in and killed everything. Doesn't explain how we're gonna get closed if the sigil stone's been destroyed. You know, I have to wonder if that was all propaganda. I suppose there's some warrant to wondering that. Because, supposedly, but this might also be propaganda too. Supposedly the Anzalil, the, ruling faction of Black Marsh, are something of the Black Marsh equivalent of the Thalmor. They've been around for a long time, and they just kind of took control by handling the Oblivion Crisis. Main source of that we have is the Anzalil, who are a nationalist party. Yeah, like I said. They're also the ones who raided Morrowind. Yes. But, plenty of people from at least one person from Morrowind whose journal we find thinks they really don't have a defense to say that's not a just thing to have happen to them. It's like, it really is like a, you've been attacking and enslaving us for decades. That doesn't just go away overnight because you stopped. Oh my god, the Vigilance of Stendarr are doing something? Never thought I'd see the day. Well, I can sympathize with freeing slaves. It's hard to deny they were pretty brutal. Yeah. But if you want to go for... if you want to say it's eye for an eye, hard to argue against that. It's been a long time they were doing that shit. But does that justify butchering and stealing land out from under people who are recovering from national disaster? I didn't say it was justified. I said it's hard to villainize.
Don't set anything on fire, alright?
I'd say it's just pure gray. Do you guys have some kind of way to contain this shit?
Stendarr's mercy be upon you, for the vigil has none to spare. Mercy be upon you. Walk always in the light, or we will drag you to it.
How does the Vigil of Stendarr have this many people when their entire base was destroyed? This is more of them than I've ever seen. And I'm talking total here. I must have run off. I didn't kill it right in front of you or anything. I do dig their explanation. I was genuinely shocked they thought about that as is now the fucking time for this.
Wherever the Daedra hide, the Vigil of Stendarr will cast them into the light.
I appreciate the effort of making the Vigil of Stendarr actually accomplish something for once. But, it doesn't make a lot of sense when their base was already destroyed no matter what point of the story you're at. If they're just gonna stay here and just keep any Daedra from getting out forever...
Wherever the Daedra hide.
I mean, it's not the worst plan I've ever heard. It's better than do jack shit. And Ungoth took care of their two, like, leaders, though one of them respawned in the middle of all that. He did steal their weapons, though. They can't get those back. Completed the consequences. I guess they're just gonna stand guard there forever? The gate's still open. And I guess the player can go back in there if they want to at any time. I don't hate that. I really don't. Champion's Rest. What is this? Tell me we have a lover. She hasn't responded. Something's wrong. Maybe she's sleeping. She's dead. I mean, that's usually what you say when she's sleeping, yes. Which champion is resting here? I know it can't be me. I'm the eternal champion. I'm the champion forever. No, wait. Vile Whispers. This is a vigil thing. Dark Presence and Champion's Rest. Oh wait, she is sleeping. Vigilant Stendar, do hereby issue this report on my investigation reports of a dark presence within Champion's Rest. And one sec. Sign of an ancient battle arena. Nords would test their mettle in gladiatorial combat. Lost the time. Prospect near Shore Stone. Miners say they witnessed a ghost, clad head to toe in armor. Resurgence of Umbra! What the fuck is Umbra again? Oh wait, I found that on... I know that guy called that over on Vardenfell, and I killed him and stole his sword that had the same name as him, and then I think I left that in Caius' house. What he doesn't know is it then went to, Cyrodiil for a while. How? Shut up about that. Legatho got hold of it. He traded it for the mask that he didn't use. Why'd I pick that up? Meh. Gonna ask friend or foe, but you left. Fish, prepare for the failure of Elder Scrolls 6 by installing all the big mods. I mean, I definitely do want to play Skyrim even longer. Like, if there's huge content Skyrim mods, I'll play through them with Ungoth. I absolutely will. Nothing will save Tamriel from more Ungoth. Even a fictional version of Tamriel. Did that Elsewhere mod ever wrap up or get like, any big stuff to it? I knew there was one in progress for a while, but I don't know what became of it. Moonpath? Not really, no. Dang. Just saying I have faith, but I also had faith in Dragon Age. So did I. They fired the best writers. And fucking death by committee. Turned it into an action game, which, granted, the previous two games had started going that direction. Like, even the roleplay was kinda gone by that point. Sarcophagi I can open myself. Beyond Skyrim, Bruma isn't too bad. Not too bad is, I don't know if that's quite the level I wanna invest in. Good, but it's not Tamriel rebuilt good. Do you mean modern Tamriel rebuilt good? In which case, that's a fair. Or Project Cyrodiil Anvil good. If you mean it's not even as good as old Tamriel rebuilt, then I'm not gonna try. But if you think it's like middle of the road between them, modern good. Okay, then I think I could give it a chance at that level. Because there was plenty of, like, the older Tamriel rebuilt stuff that I was just not into, but I went through anyway. It was only the really old stuff that I found, like, egregious. Gotta be a snake, then. Called it. Want Skyrim to be a Beowulf story. Elaborate? By that you mean become king. Ah. Definitely mods for that. I don't know that any of them are good, though. Good use for Wold. Like Siren Root, it's a neat quest mod. I think it's one of the best Skyrim quest mods you've ever played. Voice acting, which is actually pretty decent. How long is it? Like, in estimation. Couple hours? Maybe about as long as Creation Club stuff lasts. Like, individual Creation Club stuff might last. Because that's a pretty fair length, if so. Yeah, maybe. Maybe not as long as Saints and Seducers specifically, just because of how long it takes you to figure out where the other locations are, if you did the quest wrong. Speaking of Saints and Seducers, Extended Cut Saints and Seducers. That's a great mod. Really now. I think you might have mentioned that before. Damn it. You like strafed a lightning fireball. Yeah. Would there be a problem that I've already done Saints and Seducers, though? Like, would that fuck up the file? I don't know how compatible it'll be with your save game at this point, because it redoes basically everything involving Shivering Isles content for the CC. Yeah, that sounds like it probably wouldn't work. Unless I did some... I could set some console command settings to set the stage correctly. Also admit, I don't want to be in Skyrim forever. I would like to expand into the Legathog hallucinates Fallout lore. Or possibly Legathog managed to send a piece of himself outside of the realm lore. Whichever I feel like. Gotta be the whale. Much as I'd love to play Elder Scrolls literally forever. I'm also excited about any Fallout prospects I could do. Because redoing 3 with Tale of Two Wastelands, I definitely want to do. Especially with the option to turn off the main quest. You'll never catch me. Y'all too stupid. Another benefit to being fully stealthed, I get out of combat magicka regen. As soon as we figure out the goofy explanation for why Ungoth or Legathog is in Fallout. Nah, I had kind of a good one. We could either go goofy or play it straight. The play it straight option I had was the semi-play it straight, semi-goofy. It's kind of middle of the road between them. Is Legathog is literally trapped within his own mind, imagining all of this while he's Sheogorath. The other is, before fully succumbing to being Sheogorath, he actually took a piece of himself and put it in another realm so he could keep living. That one's less goofy. Like, the thing about Ungoth is there's just no way I can get an Argonian into Fallout. And it's so important to his character. What if Ungoth achieves Kim? Kim? I don't remember. Again, I can't make him an Argonian, and I can't see him ever willingly not being one. He likes being a Saurian too much. What did I pick up? Ancient Nord bow. Dagger stealth kills are so much more satisfying than bow stealth kills too. Besides, doesn't Kim require, like, a weird mental state that I don't think Ungoth is stable enough to achieve? He's a lot of things, but mentally stable ain't one of them. And again, maybe mental stability isn't a requirement. Just regenning, don't you mind me none. Got his ass. Bunch of gold, that's fine. It is interesting. While this mod gives you plenty of reasons to use robes, specifically, it doesn't give you any good reasons to use non-armored, you know, arms and legs. Which Skyrim actually does give you a reason to do. With the mage armor perk. Just, if you're not wearing armor, double how much the flesh spells give you. Or triple at the second perk. Which actually gives you kind of decent competitive armor. Champions Rest Amphitheater. But here it's like, you just need to be wearing the robes to get the bonuses. Ungoth did used to wear robes. Boots and gauntlets, yeah. There's no reason not to with this mod. Like, they're not as effective. There's like arms and legs. Skyrim doesn't have pauldrons and greaves. Oh, no.
Yeah.
These fire traps, not a big deal, frankly. Wish Todd was cool like that. Yeah, on some level I do. But with Skyrim's enchanting system, what attack? Your attack has no effect? What attack? I ain't attack shit. With Skyrim's enchanting system, that would get overpowered as shit really fast. And I'm not talking about, like, restoration alchemy looping. I mean, even just putting health on every single thing. Like, they'd have to weaken enchantments on a lot of those. But again, they'd have to change the enchanting system. Red zombie. I think I already know that. Let me double check. Nope. This is mine now. The meme is real. Every game is less and less armor slots. Yeah. Yeah. Direction to 43. Actually curious, how much does it cost now compared to what it used to? I think it was like 90 something before. Fish, what is it, Bathwater? 92? I think it was 93 when I first got it. She likes Genshin? She's free to like what she likes. God help you. The fuck did he do that? Doesn't help him because there's an AoE to it. My condolences. I mean, I play some pretty sloppy gacha. I play Epic 7. I feel like that's almost more sloppy than Genshin. And I have to call her a Genshitter? You may not like it, but you have no choice. I think Bathwater has a lot of choice still. I like it when they put the path forward behind one of the sarcophagi, so you had to get them to come out to leave. I think that's always a cool way to do it. Not letting anyone hang on to that thing. Talking to God about taking away his freedom of choice in this matter. Really, the big man upstairs. Built up stores for people who play Genshin and Honkai, although others have probably beaten you to it. Which Honkai? Do you mean Impact, or all of it? Or even just Star Rail, frankly? Because you're gonna have to use those on me, sorry to say, if they apply to Star Rail. Illusion to 48. I've not been using Illusion much. I wanted it higher, but not really been putting in the effort to get it higher, have I? Like, one buff spell ain't gonna do the trick. I'm so pure, I didn't even know there's another Beyond Star Rail. Oh yeah, Star Rail is the second game in the Honkai thing. It's Honkai Star Rail. Before it was Honkai Impact 3rd, which was kind of their flagship. Genshin really got them popular, and they used their infinite money to make the story they really wanted to, which was Star Rail. Take it this is supposed to be a straight fight. Let's play a little more fair for this one. Defeat Umbra. Am I gonna get the sword out of this? Attack has no effect. That's concerning. Immune to being shouted at as well. Umbra's soul images. Alright, I can damage these. Okay, here's his real body. He's big. He is tall. Looks more like the Ebony Warrior. You wanna go real all out? I'll oblige. Let me show you what I can really put out when I put my mind to it. Ah, fucker. You're a real dick, you know that. Really just styled on you? I wouldn't call it that. I'd call it just, like, kind of stopped. Like, it's not really a fight if you just make yourself invincible and then turn your invincibility back on when you take any damage. It just kind of makes this annoying. Yeah, this isn't really a cool fight like I think they wanted it to be. It's just... Yeah, this multi-stage wait for him to be vulnerable bullshit is not what Skyrim is for.
There you are.
Like, this is ill-conceived, is the opinion I will give of this fight. I know that's literally what dragons are, but you can still hit them with, like, ranged attacks. This is straight up, your attacks don't work until he says they do.
Victory!
Champion's Rest Passage Key. Garnet, 100 gold. Oh, Chameleon is a thing. Huh. Ebony armor, I don't need all that. Umbra. It looks way less cool than it usually does, actually. Target dies within 20 seconds, fills a soul gem. Absorb 25 points of health, absorb 25 stamina. That's actually pretty good. That's like 4 enchantments in one. That's actually like competitive with stuff you can craft yourself for that fact alone. Oh hey, full Ancient Nord set here. That's kind of cool. Novice Robes of Destruction and Alteration. What the fuck is this? I guess that's a reason to use robes in the base game. It's got more enchantments on it. An early Creation Club item, like first wave. Yeah, that's literally a pay-to-win weapon here. I mean, it's Umbra, kind of a weapon that's been in a lot of the games. Very suspiciously missing from this one. I get why they wanted to add it back, but... The Overpowered Robes and Spells pack. Oh, you mean the robe thing. Is that where Elemental Blast is from, too? Because this feels pretty overpowered. It costs way less than other spells of the same tier, but does more damage. Why it's missing is actually explained, just in the book series no one has read. Ah, really? Too little too late for that. Treasure Hunter's Journal. Treasure Hunter, I don't care that much. I'm gonna level with you, I don't care that much. Scroll of Revenant, that might actually be useful, because doesn't Revenant last forever? Another Armor of the Voice. Huh. You give me an elemental blast? What does that mean, Bathwater? Destroying those books. So actually, its reappearance is what's inexplicable now. Yeah, that doesn't check out. Also, how the fuck did it get down here in this ancient Nordic ruin? I'm sorry, I'm never gonna get over all the times the game keeps doing this shit. How did it end up in an ancient Nord ruin with a ghost, when it was last seen most likely being given to Clavicus Vile? The test classic. In Oblivion, it mostly made sense because they were like... they were in the hands of people. This was in the hands of an ancient ghost. How does that fucking work? It was in the ancient ghost hands of an ancient ghost Umbra. I mean, it was way more egregious with the Staff of Magnus. How the actual fuck did that get there in the last 200 years? Did the number play a part in those Elder Scrolls books? Probably. How did the Nervarine's ancient Dagoth butt plug end up in Labyrinthian in Skyrim? Hey. Ungoth never shoved the Staff of Magnus up his ass. Is the exit? Ah, thank you, map. Guess it would have to be this way. Living up to its namesake? Namesake? Oh, the Dagoth one. Nerevar shoved many things up his ass. Look, and that's good for Nerevar, but Ungoth ain't about that. I'm sorry, all of Skyrim is cleared? That's the one thing that was lost in the soul process. Ungoth is very, very largely asexual. I'd even go as far as to call him aromantic and possibly sociopathic. Probably not that, actually. I'd call him aro-ace to a large degree. It's a spectrum, of course. Maybe he's demi? Did Almalexia peg Nerevar? It's unclear, but lore historians suggest likely yes. Oh no, he remembers that part. When he got Nerevar's memories, he outright said they were fucking. That there was a lot of fucking going on. And if Almalexia has sex, she's pegging. We all know it. I refuse to believe any headcanon or canon that says Almalexia doesn't peg. Did I miss the thing? You get pegged by her? I'm not gonna say one way or the other, but I'd be tempted. The temptation would exist. Evil bitch or not? Oh no, that adds to it for me. I like evil, insane bitches. Villainess is probably my favorite romance route in video games. Does one of them have dubious motives and possibly want to kill me? That's the one. That's why I'm also... I mean, I definitely lean more Lysel. She's also morally dubious and possibly tries to kill you. But in the demo, I lean towards Shadowheart. Yeah. That was all very interesting. Where in the fuck am I? What was I doing last? Got any Mintharans in chat? Minthara? I like Minthara. For the exact reason I just explained. Evil. There's just the one problem that siding with the goblins doesn't feel right under any circumstances. There is no character I can write who would justify going on their side. And Larian has desperately tried to remove any way to get Minthara on the team without that. Like, there is a cut dialogue thing where if you had Halsin and Minthara on the team, Halsin would posit an ultimatum where he would not continue traveling with you unless you got rid of her. And if that were the case, I could go with it, because then I could say to Halsin, hey, she will go back to being a mindless drone of the Absolute without being near us. You'll be okay. Like, I could justify that with a character. But I feel like, barring just making a sociopath, like, I guess if I made an all-in Dark Urge, I could go with that. But that's so boring. That's not a character. Larian has actually made it fully possible. Knock her out, move to Act 2, she'll appear at Moonlight Tower, and everything's fine. Oh, really? Because last time I played, the knockout thing just stopped working, and she'd turn into a corpse once you reloaded the area. And again, that was before the final patch, so... I think that was a few patches ago, to be fair. For a while, Larian really did not like the... There was it was initially an exploit, and it actually used to break her romance, and like all quests involving her if you did that. You do not need to slaughter the grove for her. They initially intended it that way. Enough people wanted to do it this way. They actually got the actress back to record some lines where she asked you why you knocked her out. Okay. Alright. Because, like, I do remember back when that it was an exploit. And it broke a lot of the game if you tried to do that. Like, her romance just stopped working in Act 3. Similar to how they now have Alfira send you a letter in the epilogue if you knock her out to spare her from the urge. Oh, yeah. I feel like that's... That one was less an exploit, more oh hey, people figured out a way to do this. Larian is pretty good at seeing the exploits players like, and deciding we're just gonna make this work. The Minthara one I think initially they didn't like, but enough players enjoyed doing it that way. Minthara is an interesting character. I think she's actually... the most interesting... one of the most interesting romance options for a redeemed Dark Urge. Because you're kind of leading her down the same path you're going. Not fully, she's still pretty out there, but... It's essentially the same exploit, is that the game doesn't actually distinguish knocked out and killed. Out near Riften again. Gus tends to wind up here, huh? You knock out Alfira, the game thinks she's dead, so they send in the failsafe bar instead. Right. If you knock out Minthara, the game treats her as dead for the Grove quest. Yeah, but... Yeah. The replacement bard is just like... Replacement bard was just kind of a, honestly, it was a Morrowind style, let's make sure everything works no matter what, that they can't avoid this critical plot point. Actually, even further than Morrowind, by creating new ways. But still making every NPC killable. I like it. Both come back after a long rest. Feel like I need a vacation after all that. You might notice, Engath doesn't have a large sense of urgency for the dragons. It's intentional. Killed Alfira last Dirge because it feels more impactful. Couldn't be bothered to do the knockout method. Yeah, wasn't charisma caster, so I didn't really need those robes. Those which robes are you talking about specifically?
I hope someday we'll get to know each other better. See why the Nords like Skyrim.
Oh yeah,
Crisp
wild
air
horses
is
are a
wonderful
thing.
for the lungs.
You're
Sometimes
a chipper
the
guy.
difference between life and death is a swift steed.
Yeah. During the simulacrum, hell, during the Iliac Bay, that was definitely true. There was between me dying of starvation and getting to the next town was good horse. Skyrim, everything's close together. Fira gives you a robe that adds your charisma modifier to cantrip damage rolls when you rescue the tieflings from Moonrise. Ah. Yeah, if you're doing the blast lock, you want that. You really want that. She's dead, you just don't get that robe. No one else gives it. If you're doing the Eldritch Blast Sorelock build, that is one of the best items in the game. Potent robe, my beloved. I like that build. It's busted as shit, but I like it. Heart consumed. That shit again.
Wood? Nakas!
Ah! I could've just swam over here.
Talk to Captain Garland if you're looking to book passage.
Oh yeah.
If you're looking for passage to Solstheim, too bad. I'm not going back there anymore.
Olstheim? I haven't been there in an era. Oh man. How's that town I helped build doing? I gotta see it. What happened? Why don't you go?
Hard to explain. I remember those people with the masks coming on board.
I can see the rationale for a purely self-interested
next
character
thing
to
I
raid the
remember
Grove. Yeah,
here.
but it's like...
And they were gone. And that's not right, losing whole days like that. There's been something strange going on there for a while.
That's basically the only way to get away with it.
I'm
But even
done.
then, the number of
going
your
back to
allies who will be like, I really just don't want to do that. You'd think a self-interested character who's not a complete fucking moron would be like, alright, fine. It's the same difficulty either way, so we'll go with the one you're fine with. No, you're taking me.
Have you been listening to me? I'm not going back there.
You know, those cultists did try to kill me.
All right, you have a point. Taking you back to find out who sent them is the least I can do.
I like how this shows up, even if you didn't read the note. Because your character just puts together who it is.
I owe them a bit of payback myself.
Yeah. I'm actually hoping to... Maybe I can get a trip back to Vardenfell from here. If I could do that, maybe I could find Sunder. Wraithguard too, if I'm real lucky. They have a tadpole in their head and they need help ASAP. Their options are a druid who will probably not be able to help versus getting into the very heart of this conspiracy. Friending Minthar and getting direct access to the cult seems a more direct route.
Here we are. This is Raven.
Possibly. I suppose if it's more like you want to get into the upper echelons of the group, that'd be less about a cure and more about harnessing the power, though. Like, kind of going along with Astarion's idea. Of, we should use this power for our own ends. Damn. Raven Rock. Ha ha.
I don't recognize you. So I'll assume this is your first visit to Raven Rock.
That's fucking hilarious.
State your intentions.
No. Let's say I'm looking for work.
You've picked one of the worst places in Morrowind to do that, but suit yourself.
Does involve slaughter on a genocidal
remember,
scale. I think most people couldn't stomach it. Makes sense from a purely practical point of view. Yeah.
This is Morrowind, not Skyrim. While you're here, you will be expected to abide by our
Alright.
rules. Any questions?
Yeah. Raven Rock purely Dunmer?
Raven Rock started out as an Imperial settlement.
Yeah, I made it
The Empire
myself.
decided to abandon it, just as my people were first setting foot here.
You're fucking kidding
They left
me.
the town a shambles. But when House Redoran took over, we turned it around and it became ours. And even if it's been a struggle to make this island livable, we're proud to call it home. Giolland, I was starting to wonder what happened to.
We were delayed by bad weather. Before you
Redoran.
even asked- Yes, I have the supplies
What the-
requested.
Fucking... Check the map. What the hell happened? Empire really just dropped the place and it turned into a... Nothing stays fixed for me, does it? I'm reminded very, very fast why I hated being in Morrowind.
You haven't seen Cretius Corellius, have you? That foolish old man's taken my pickaxe again.
And Joth is having a racism moment. Stop calling him that. The fuck is that? I was not here last time. Don't lie, your first playthrough you did ascend Astarion. Not for the reason you think. What was the reason, then? I'm curious to hear what the reason was, then. Hey, we're back in Morrowind, you know what that means. Jumping on buildings! Even if I don't have the acrobatics for it. Can still get up there while we talk. Generally thought it'd be the happiest outcome for him. That was...
What?
Were you a different person back then? Like, he's genuinely unnerving after the ascension.
What?
I'll send him. Do you mean in like a sex way, or you're gonna kill a bunch of people? Do not consider the whole thing, the whole cycle of abuse thing. Yeah, you might have missed something. Both. Alright? Yeah, I recognized after ascending him it was a bad choice.
What?
That is kind of a central theme of the characters of Baldur's Gate 3, is that attempting to become something more than mortal means you're gonna lose what makes you you. Astarion becoming an ascended vampire turns into this creepy thing. Gale turning into a god becomes this egotistical asshole. Karlach turning into an Illithid to be saved of her fate, she starts losing herself. Lyselle's quote-unquote ascension is actually her just being beheaded. Shadowheart becoming part of the priesthood means losing herself, really. Like, losing the truth. Focus on the wrong thing is the thing. I didn't think about making him more than mortal. Just thinking about making him closer to mortal.
What?
Well, the word ascension probably should have tipped you off. Restoring what Cazador took from him by making him a spawn in the first place. There is one small plot hole in the game that they really didn't address. There's genuinely no reason that even if you don't want to ascend Astarion, you can't just let Astarion bite Cazador so he can turn into his own full vampire. He won't be a spawn anymore. He'll just be a full vampire. None of the spawn weaknesses. I think it's something they genuinely forgot about when writing it. That, like, no one even brings it up at any point that that's an option Astarion could take to at least get a middle-of-the-road boost. Be like, hey, you're still better than a spawn now. And there's no real benefit to being a spawn over a full-blooded one. Alex endings make you mad, because all his enriched Infernal Iron and Steel Watchers around, can't we even try to fix her engine? Thing is, you do try, it just doesn't work. The engine's just not designed to work in that mortal plane. Does it feel forced? Kinda, but that's also just how Infernal engines work. I get it. There's also Will, like, gaining power by following his pact makes him lesser. He becomes more visually monstrous by, hey, trying to break his pact, but he stays arguably more human. Like, it's trying to stay visually human, he becomes less human, I'd argue. Be okay if they were like, can't really fix it because it's our heart. Can't remove it to overhaul it based on the Steel Watcher blueprints. We don't even get the option. Steel Watch run on Infernal engines. They've solved the problem of Infernal engines not working on the material plane. Ah. If the explanation is, we'd have to pull it out to fix it, and that would leave Karlach without a heart, which is not an option for even a very short period of time, and be like, okay, fair enough. If they at least... If they at least, like, broached the idea. Maybe we cannot, but we're not able to bring up the prospect. Yeah, that's like a one piece of dialogue fixes this problem. It does feel frustrating. Like, there is a very easy solution, just say, the only way we could fix it is if we took it out. Like, that's... You'd have to, like, redo it from scratch, and if we take it out, he's dead in seconds. Like, it's just not feasible. You're gonna kill her trying. It's like, okay. There's genuinely no way to do it without taking it out. Like, you'd have to disconnect stuff to really fix it up that far. Okay. And it'd still be heartbreaking. Like, they even extend that to the player, even if they're Tav. Could always cast Wish. You can't in this game, because they... What? You can't cast 9th level spells.
Not cast!
Except for God Gale. But he, so let's go to Damon and ask, and he's like, wish I could, but we can't remove it. Can't work on what's in Karlach, it's too hot. Karlach doesn't have the experience to do it herself. Yeah, it's like, could we teach her? I'd take a lifetime to learn. Damn it. Like, I've been practicing since I was a kid, and I think I'm pretty good, but just... Karlach's got no experience, we don't have time to teach her enough to do it herself. It's like, ah, fuck. Alright, I gotta check, what the...
That they have forgotten.
Armaeus, you shit, this has your bullshit all written all over it. People chanting in a trance.
That we might remember.
By night, we reclaim.
This is her Memora, and I'm convinced of it. This is what Apocrypha looks like, too. He took me there briefly during my bachelor party. I was not interested in the tentacles. He kept trying with the tentacles anyway. I don't think they were his tentacles, though. Learn from masters in the hells themselves how to forge infernal stuff. After a lifetime being a bread-and-butter tinsmith, as he puts it.
Now through him do we see.
We don't have Wish, but we do have Resurrection in Baldur's Gate 3. You know what? That's true. We also have Repose. Which, if you really wanted to, pull it out of her, let her die. What? Repose if you really want to make sure her body stays in pristine condition. Fix it up, put it back in, then Resurrection. Hell, Revivify if you got fast enough on the Repose. Repose basically stops the clock on a body. So you could still... Repose lets you Revivify even after the fact, so long as you prep beforehand. Or Withers, whose ability to resurrect is literally divine. Yeah. And, I don't think anyone told him about inflation, because he charges way less than you're supposed to. I know it's a gameplay thing, but it's still really funny to think about. Okay. Hermaeus Mora, a dragonborn cult. I'm on Morrowind again.
Now.
Oh wait, goddammit, I willingly came to Morrowind! Wonder how the Tribunal cult's doing. They go the way that... Did they go the way I told them to? Respect the Tribunal for who they were, faults and all. Fucking excuse me? I suppose it was stupid to think the dragons were only in Skyrim, huh? Just, thought maybe I had a little more time than that. I think I missed. I'll try to lead it away from the town. I don't hurt so much anymore now that I got these new gloves. Breathe fire on me, baby. Okay, that one hurt. Alright, you know what? Let me try out something new. Where did it... Motherfucker! In solutions to Karlach's dilemma, the game doesn't let us consider, so they can deliver us the sometimes things don't work out moral. I do appreciate Karlach's story for that. Beauty can be found in the moment. Karlach's life is no less wonderful because it's short. It's frustrating we could solve the problem if the game let us use our resources properly. Yeah, that's the kind of thing an actual Dungeon Master would be basically forced to consider. Because your players would absolutely find the way around that with the resources available. Wow, Umbra has almost no charge. Maybe I gotta level up enchanting more. Well, the God Gale fixed Karlach, man, come on. He's such a dick, God Gale. Yeah, the explanation he kind of uses is like, hey, I can lend her help towards that, because that's the God rule. It's like, dude, this is one of your close personal friends. You're allowed to bend the rules for that. This person helped you become a god. You just seem ungrateful now. Power is for helping your friends. It really is. Funny enough, that's kind of exactly what would be Ungoth's response to that. Oh, should I... What if I played through Baldur's Gate 3 as Ungoth? I can make him Dragonborn kind of flavored around that. I think that could work. I won't let him because he's a god now. Yeah, I guess. Everyone likes to shit on nepotism until they start asking for some help. It is the rules, I get it. But it's like, he could be less of a dick about it. He could be like, if I could, I wouldn't a heartbeat. But rules of being a god, I'm afraid I can... A prayer or two, I can point her in the right direction. I can tell her where a solution might be. But I can't just snap my fingers and fix it. Not something I'm allowed to do. I will not allow him to do anything anymore. The irony is becoming the god of ambition is his ambition is now divinely limited. It's not that he can't do anything, it's that he can only do things that good gods can do, or gods in general can do. At least regarding the mortal plane. Like, he can still provide divine revelations. He can create clerics. He becomes a god for just that reason, in fact. Specifically says he wants to be a god with a mortal heart. Will help people directly because he cares. Yeah, but he very instantly forgets about that, which is... yeah. Like, he doesn't say, I can't. He says, nah, have more ambition. I realize that no, Ao really won't let him do any of that. Yeah. Their lovers Karlak can ascend with him. That is, like, the thing. Playable Karlak can get around it through a way and a half. Ascend with Gale? That gets around it. That does seem to be the only way, actually. I suppose, what's the other thing? You could just send her to Avernus with Will. That also lets her not die, is the thing. I think that is a good ending for her, is like, her and her good buddy Will. And she can still come back for short periods of time, is the thing. Send her alone, it's not good. Yeah, no. Alone, it's like, she's lonely. Send her with her good buddy Will. Hell, if you're playing a Will origin, I'd call it a good ending, in fact. If you're a Will origin, you go with her. I'd say that's almost the best ending. I do find some clues about a special force somewhere they could use to work on their heart. She's with someone, I think that's decent. Yeah. I forget. Can the player go with them too? I don't think so. The player can go with Lysel if she chooses to rejoin the Githyanki army. It's possible that eventually they will find a solution. Then she really can stay in Faerun. Yeah. Yeah, they can. Okay. Then you can be the 3 amigos out there. That'd be cool. Honestly, one of my favorite Lysel endings is actually the semi-domestic ending. Because it's the most character growth for her. But obviously she's still, like, a cool badass. And an adventurer. She just also is able to take her life slow and enjoy other things than just being a soldier. But I also do like the alternative, join the Githyanki resistance to try to do it. Like, should she live her life for herself, or live her life for her people? And I don't think there's a wrong answer between those two. Peak ending is having kids with Shadowheart. You have a kid with Lysel. It's an adopted kid, but you still have the kid. It's only adopted because... I mean, it'd be adopted by the player no matter what, because Githyanki reproduction is entirely asexual. Which is weird that they still have 2 sexes for that. True domestic bliss ending. I prefer subjugating the world. I'm a little miffed that there's no be the absolute with your friends ending. Like, if you, like, literally the thing that you all, that Astarion talks to you about doing is not an option. You're just not allowed to do that. You can't be like, and we will rule the world together as best friends. No, it's either you betray all your friends to use the power, even though some of them wanted to use it with you, or you destroy it. It's complete binary. Added endings to rule with Astarion or Minthara, I think. Only them. That'd make sense. All the other ones would never be cool with it. Those 2 specifically, it's great. We solve all problems, reshaping the world in my image. Again, I haven't played the final patch, so there's plenty of, like, missed stuff from the original that I'm still hung up on that they fixed, and I just didn't know. Nah. Only Will and Karlak are outright against it. I think Lysel's pretty against the idea of using an Elder Brain whatsoever. Just because she's never really gonna get over that prejudice. Like, it's not for the same reason as them, but I feel like she shouldn't be cool with it under any circumstances. Shadowheart clearly has mixed feelings. Astarias seems happier than he is when you save the grove. Gale is upset but can be convinced to let it go. Oh, you're talking about attacking the goblin. Why'd you bring that up all of a sudden? Back to raiding the grove. Oh yeah, I missed that one. I was gonna say, actually, most characters are okay with raiding it. Will and Karlach. That's the thing. Will and Karlach... Karlach especially, Will ends up being a bit flat. Just because he doesn't get the same development all the other characters get. He still has good development. He's still a good character. But I don't know. But Karlach... Trading away Karlach... Karlach is like top 3. Honestly, she's probably my second pick, because when I played the demo, Karlach wasn't even a party member. Will not stand for Will slander? I'm not slandering him, I'm saying he was done dirty. I think Will is a great character. I just wish he got more attention on him. Larian slanders him. Absolutely, that's what I'm saying. Quilla, we're in the same camp. Turn not your blade against me, your brother. Point our blades to the oppressors who harm us both. Okay, I think I've fucked around here long enough. I was clearly wasting time to talk about Baldur's Gate 3. Say the game. Oh, you turn your blades to me. This really is sad. Not intentionally, because you literally can't ask him what he wants to do when presented with sacrificing his soul or his father. Yeah, it's pretty fucked. Like, he just can't give his own opinion. It's one of those things where I don't think there's a right answer, but I'm gonna stop the recording for YouTube here. As always, thank you so much for coming if you came. If you didn't come, you don't get a thank you. Bye-bye, YouTube.